Alrighty, guys, good afternoon. I'm Ryan here alongside Joel. We
Hello.
are Michigan Storm Chasers here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect here for the southern half of Oakland County. It is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds as this cell traverses eastward very slowly. A big population center affected by this particular storm. So, with that said, we have Farmington Hills, Novi, Wixom, Lyon Charter Township, Southfield, Troy, Rochester Hills, as well as Waterford Township, Pontiac areas, Commerce Township, as well as Wolverine Lake and Walled Lake in this warning. Very large populated center here being affected by this particular storm. We've been tracking it for the longer half, about 30 or 45 minutes here, Joel, behind the scenes. It's been kind of gusty all throughout Livingston County as it's moved now into Oakland. You can see the gust here on the airport radar further south across the Wixom Lyon Charter Township area. Decent wind here, 40 to 50 here on radar, and that has prompted them to go ahead and issue that warning for potential severe gusts over 60 miles per hour. So this storm is moving to the east. The text of the warning says at 30 miles per hour. The only hazard is 60-mile-per-hour winds. Arrival time says Novi, Milford around 2:50 p.m., West Bloomfield around 3 p.m., Southfield around 3:10, Pontiac and Birmingham around 3:15, Troy, Royal Oak around 3:20. And we have a good radar here as well just to the north of this cell that doesn't look too impressive on this radar, but sometimes it can be deceiving in the way it's traveling and the orientation to the radar. So we are certain that gusts are happening with this storm, as you can kind of see down here at the airport radar. It is gusty, and as such, they went ahead and warned it. So we'll be live here for as long as it takes to get this storm out of your guys' hair. Zooming out, though, we have a line of storms back to the west from about Lansing down through about Jackson, down through about Marshall, the Three Rivers area. These are moving to the east very slowly, methodically, about 20 to 30 miles per hour here. And those will continue to push eastward. And the risk today with any of these storms is wet loaded microbursts, aka gusty to damaging winds, 40, 50, 60 miles per hour, because there's a lot of moisture out there, and that moisture kind of gets forced downward with force, it spreads outward, and that's what we call downburst and or microbursts. So that's going to be your main risk with these storms today. Nothing tornadic that we're going to see here, nothing hail-wise. Shouldn't be anything hail-wise, at least, although we can never rule those out completely. The threat today, there's not really a lot of abundance of shear or spin out there, so it should just be primarily a damaging wind risk here.
We did have one of our chasers out there as well, Clayton. I believe he doubled back to Lansing, though. It was a little far for him. At one point, there was a tree that came down semi-close to him when he was chasing across extreme eastern Ingham, but he is heading back towards Lansing now, so I'm not sure if we'll have much of a view on it, but as people get out of work maybe later today, we might have more views on it as well from other our chaser partners in Southeast Michigan.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with no chasers out there currently on the storm that's warned, we also have no cameras in that area as well. The nearest one is going to be Dearborn, but otherwise, it's a large populated center. So, Joel, if something has happened here wind-wise or hail-wise, I'm sure the public will here let us know what's going on. And like I just said, though, if you guys have reports, feel free to message the page here with damage, pictures of storms, hail reports, anything you guys want storm-related. Go ahead and send it into us via direct message on Facebook. That would be appreciated. This warning is going to be in effect for 53 minutes. That puts it roughly around the 3:45 time frame. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
3:45 p.m. time frame. And like I said, the storm is moving pretty slow, about 30 miles per hour. So it's going to take a little bit to progress across the warning box here. But again, it's over Wixom as well as White Lake areas, Commerce Township, and Milford areas, heading in toward Farmington Hills, West Bloomfield Township, as well as Pontiac areas within the next 10 or so minutes. Another thing to keep in mind with these cells today, because they are so slow moving, there's also a risk for some flooding, some flash flooding perhaps in localized areas and bigger urban populated areas like this Oakland County area. Wouldn't be shocked to see some road flooding and perhaps even some basement flooding as well, especially if these storms can train them over themselves repeatedly through the afternoon and evening. So watch out there for some localized flooding if you're out and about on the roads in one of these storms. Have a report behind the scenes of hail happening in Wixom. That's not really a shocker. There's no real big hail core there. If I turn on VIL, there's a lot of big raindrops today, though. So VIL may be a little bit kind of cluttered with this. But I will say, Joel, there's not really much here indications that hail is a huge concern with the storm, unless you see otherwise. At least not at this point.
No, I mean, well, the latest scan actually just spiked a little bit here, Ryan. Right on
I see it now. Yeah, latest
Pontiac
scan.
Trail.
Yep.
Yep,
And
ran over Pontiac Trail.
Yep, and that report from Wixom kind of lines up there with the latest scan. Nice purples coming in, indicating that's because got some small hail fall in there. The warning box does not include severe hail. It says less than, I think it was penny size. Actually, no, the warning is now for quarters. Did they update that? Or was it always for quarters? Yeah, they updated it because the initial warning was actually pea-size hail, so they upped this to quarter. The report for Wixom is pea-size hail, so that's going to be at least good news there. Where the hail core is, we're getting pea-size reports, but still, we could have some larger hail now falling, moving in toward Walled Lake, North Farmington, and just north of Novi here as this progresses to the east. This is a very large populated area, so this is going to be hopefully hail sticks to on the smaller side of things because we don't need hail going through populated areas here. Further east, you have a few minutes here. Got Rochester Hills, Troy, and Royal Oak. This probably has 20 to 25 minutes before it actually gets over to you. So if you are watching from those areas and you have time to get your car in the garage, it may not be a bad idea to go ahead and do that just in case the storm continues to progress and strengthen. Marble size hail from chat here from Christy in Wixom. Thank you for that report. Yeah, it's directly over. Go ahead.
I'm pulling up a 3D scan right now, and actually that hail core, I have mine set at DBZ values of, let's see here. Let me check real quick. About 60 dBz and higher, which is about the threshold for hail here. Exceeding 27 to 28,000 feet. It's suspended in the air a ways, though, so if it keeps continuing to get heavier, then we're going to see it collapse down more to the surface as well.
Yeah, I got a very nice core on 23,000 feet there. It's very hefty, so not surprised by that at all. Are you using DTX radar or are you using a different radar for that?
From DTX. The
Okay.
core actually goes, the core is actually so far up it goes above the radar.
Mm. Yeah, I'm at the largest scan because we're so close to the radar there. The highest scan's only about 25,000 feet in the atmosphere. That's just about as high as we can see.
Yep.
If you guys have reports of hail, feel free to message the page. We would appreciate those. The messaging is definitely the best way. There's also our group, Michigan Weather Reports. You can drop a post in there. We'll see those two pretty much immediately, and we can relay those to NWS if need be. But in the meantime, taking a zoomed out look here, we have a couple statements to talk about as well. Further south here toward Three Rivers. This is going to be for a 50 mile per hour wind and penny size hail threat, just a step below severe criteria. This is moving more so to the east as well. Nottawa, Centerville, Three Rivers, Fabius, back here toward Cassopolis as well. Moving toward Leonidas, Union City, Athens, Matson, and Colon areas. That is not currently severe, but the potential is there as these storms are just below severe criteria. Again, severe is 58 miles per hour or greater in winds, and hail that is 1 inch diameter or larger, which is equivalent to a quarter size or larger. So that statement is just a step below a severe warning. Joel, on the latest wind velocity here, very classic microburst signature from DTX now over Wixom. So Wixom, as well as the Milford Commerce Township area, you can see these winds. These are going away from the radar. Green's going toward the radar, and that's going to be a very classic microburst happening. So gusty winds likely happening in all directions here, centered around the Wixom area. So if you're in Wixom, let us know if the wind is howling there. Let's take a look back here at the airport radar as well. I'm going to take a peek at that. Oh, yeah. Very strong winds now.
Yeah,
Here on
I was gonna say here, Ryan. I just put in the storm motion vector for Wixom, and from the DTX radar, I have 67 knots at 675 feet off the ground. So that would be probably close to 70-mile-per-hour winds, just about 500 feet above everyone's heads.
yeah,
So,
so
well,
Wixom,
hopefully not all. I was gonna say, hopefully not all that's mixing to the ground, but it is very
right,
gusty, just above our heads there.
right, and the beam height here is only, like Joel said, 500 feet. So hopefully that's staying up there and not coming down to the ground, but that's pretty close. So you have to assume that's mixing down there too. Would expect probably to hear some outages and some damage reports coming out of Wixom and Novi here shortly. Novi, you're on deck for this. It's heading right for you, right down 96. Novi, Walled Lake, Farmington Hills, if this wind continues, will push directly into your areas in a matter of minutes here. So yeah, be inside, away from windows. Not a bad idea to go to the lowest floor of your house just in case, winds are crazy. So take your precautions if you live in Walled Lake, Wolverine Lake, Novi, or Farmington Hills as this wind progresses your way. A new statement coming in now for northern Wayne County. Let's go ahead and check this one out. This is going to be for... I can't... There it goes.
55 mile.
Wind gust to 55. That is literally just a step below severe warnings here. This is going to be for 55-mile-per-hour winds. No hail with this statement, just your winds. So Livonia, Canton, Dearborn, as well as Redford and Northville Township, Plymouth as well included in that statement. Again, statements are not warnings. They're a step below. So it's not quite strong enough to be a warning. But with this storm, putting out winds like that, would not be shocked to see some stronger winds happening. Maybe even an upgrade to a warning here if this continues. We'll have to kind of see how it does here in the next couple of minutes. I'm going to go back here to the velocity. It looks like a miniature spike there over Wixom, and then it's kind of weakening back out there. Do you have your radar live, Joel? I could take it or no?
Not yet. I was
Okay,
getting the
that's fine.
special alert statement posted real quick, and then
Okay,
I can
that's
get it
fine.
up.
I was going to say, you had the SRV. I have a bit better look at it. But from what it looks like on the airport radar and as well as Detroit radar, the gusty wind core is weakening there. It was definitely peaked over Wixom, and the latest scan kind of scattered it and weakened it just a bit between Wixom and Novi here. So if you're on 96 between Novi and New Hudson, likely strong winds ongoing there. No, this is not a tornado risk type of day. This is more of just a wind gust risk type of day. The wind shear, the spin out there is not sufficient to produce tornadoes. Of course, it's not impossible. Funnier things have happened here in Michigan, but we need a lot more ingredients to come together to be concerned about rotation today, and we're just not seeing it.
Okay. Yeah, I have my radar live now.
Okay.
The latest scan, it kind of looks like it already is bursted out. So you can see it was really starting to pick up its strength right over New Hudson, and it peaked right over downtown Wixom. And then next scan, boom, all those yellows that you saw there in the red section, again, that was higher, heavier winds over 60 knots, which is about 65 miles per hour, has kind of disappeared now. We're down to more of the 55 mile per hour range. It's still very close to severe, so we'll be taking this seriously. And you can see, obviously, the northern extent of the gusts here moving in through Oakley Park and Commerce. Again, heading up towards Wolverine Lake, Orchard Lake Village, West Acres, and then also off to the east here towards Farmington Hills, Franklin, Farmington, probably impacting Novi as we speak, heading towards Clarenceville as well. And obviously have that new special weather statement for northern Wayne County.
I have reports of outages flooding in right now out of Walled Lake, Wolverine Lake, and Wixom. That is not a shock at all. Not a shock at all. I'm going to pull up the outage map here. I'm not sure if it'll be updated because DT takes a little bit to update, and it's not. So we'll check back in with that. Right now, statewide, we have roughly 6,000 people out of power. We'll see if the number jumps here. Currently, via that website, Livingston County has 500 people out. Oakland has 200 people out. So we'll see if that updates here next 10 or 15 minutes. But yeah, I see a lot of reports from you guys here in chat as well. That power is now out in those areas. So not a surprise. This storm is going to continue to traverse eastward here toward Birmingham, Bloomfield Hills, Southfield, Pontiac, Troy, and Rochester Hills. It's currently centered over Wixom, Novi, and the White Lake Commerce Township areas. This is a very hefty populated area here in Oakland County, Metro Detroit area. Gusty winds and some large hail is your primary concern. There's no risk currently that we see on radar for anything tornadic wise, so it should just be a wind and hail threat as the storm progresses eastward. Also have to keep an eye on these storms in the south part of this as well, near Livonia as well as Ann Arbor, North Ann Arbor area. These cells could also, any cell out there really today on radar could become strong or perhaps severe, with gusty winds being the primary concern. Watching those cells down there by St. Joseph County back in southwest Michigan, looks like intensification there via the latest scan. So let's see what they do with those. Statement continues for 50-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Any one of these storms from Lansing to Jackson to Marshall down toward Three Rivers could go severe today with gusty winds. Would not be shocked. Ingham County currently is all clear from severe. Got some rain showers, probably some thunderstorms happening there. Looking on the radar behind the scenes here, I don't see anything that warrants concern for anything severe currently. Just some showers and storms for you right now.
So we got damage reports from earlier storms here. Just saw the whole 2-3 inch branches, 8 to 10 feet long, are down there, and that's going to be fairly close to, I believe, 127 there. So just off the hole from earlier storms.
Also, a report coming in via one of our close friends here in Michigan from wind and Novi near 10 Mile. Got shingles blown off as well as spruce trees uprooted. That report via X from one of our good friends here in Michigan. So this will continue. The good news, though, is the damaging wind threat, at least for now, looks like it's kind of subsided in terms of what it was a few minutes ago. I don't see much anything there that suggests that there's a big wind happening. I would suggest gusty winds are still occurring, but right now it looks like it has broadened out enough so we can kind of ease off the wording just a bit.
Brian, it also looks like there was a separate downburst just outside of Waterford here in a separate cell that is continuing to outflow a little bit towards Clarkston, but I believe that's on the downswing right now. So if it gets gusty in Clarkston, Lake Angeles, and Waterford, that would be why right there.
Yeah, good call on that one. For some reason, I don't have that on my radar.
Yeah, I'm at the DTX site. It basically went right next to the radar, so it's almost missed it.
Oh, I'm behind. My GR2 is behind by 12 minutes. That is why. Let me refresh that. I'm looking at an old radar scan.
It's a good thing you didn't have yours live.
Right. No, I got Omega pulled up here. I've been using Omega. Yeah, there we go. I can see that now. Perfect. Yeah, weather radios are still down in southeast Michigan. So your radios are not going to sound today.
Severe thunderstorm warning was trimmed. South Line and Milford no longer in the warning.
It also dropped the hail down to nickels. So it dropped from quarters to nickels. The only risk now with this is damaging wind to 60 still.
That makes sense. There's that brief period where the entire updraft of hail collapsed, and now it no longer has the hail. This is still heading towards Macomb County. Macomb County, you're not in the warning yet. If there's going to be an extension, though, it would be for your neck of the woods. The outflow boundary is also pretty far out in front, so you could have a first little burst of winds here ahead of the storm, and then you could also have the downburst itself within the storm. So it could be two lines of wind We're probably going to have a nice view coming in here on the Dearborn cam here very soon. It's already starting to get dark on that.
I can get that pulled up here, unless you want to.
I have the radar live, so.
Okay, I'll pull it up here on my end. Let's get an update posted out here on the page.
Yep.
See if I can't get this up. Perfect, it already is. Get this pulled up here. There we go. So yeah, nice view here in the Dearborn cam. I'll go ahead and take it live here just for a minute. This is facing to the northwest here. You can see the storm there in the horizon. Well, it looks like the boundary, at least from the storm, Joel, is sparking off more storms that are heading right for that camera. So we maybe in for a good view here. Maybe even some gusty winds occurring here over the next 20 or 30 minutes here on the camera. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Also going to point out this real quick on radar. The Jackson storm is trying to downburst as well right now. In fact, it might be right on the north side of town. So if you're in Jackson right now, heads up there. Could be gusting. Kind of the average gust today has been around 40 to 50 miles per hour for any downburst. So that will knock over trash cans, blow around loose objects. So if you do have any of those, make sure you are taking those inside, especially if you're in the Jackson area right now.
And for what it's worth, Joel, on the airport radar, I'm not getting too much of a spike there on velocity, but I think it bears watching because it's on the very edge of the radar range. So
yeah, okay.
I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, it doesn't look severe by any means, but it could still be strong.
Yeah, I'm more curious what's happening down here in Calhoun Branch and St. Joseph. That's the cell there continues to strengthen, got a nice core, nice updraft on it. Wouldn't be shocked to get an extension of a statement into Branch County here, maybe even Calhoun.
Talking about the storm down here near Athens.
Yeah, Centerville, that whole line, that area. Yep. There's already a statement on it, but wouldn't be shocked to see an extension of that into Branch, perhaps southern Calhoun.
Got it.
Got a couple comments here in the latest post saying dime-size hail. Didn't specify where, but the post was for Wixom, Novi, Walled Lake, so likely over Wixom, in that general area. Got dime-size hail reports there. It looks like the hail's close to, but didn't quite reach severe. At least that's what we see so far. Yeah, I got outages filling in now on DTE's outage map near Wixom.
Go back over there.
Also, take a look at the DTX radar there near Southfield. Looks like some gusty winds. Might be outflow, actually. Yeah, good outflow winds happening there between Southfield and Farmington Hills. I'm using the base velocity. You're using, I don't think... Yeah, you guys, you got it there. Perfect.
Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you can see a little bit brighter pocket there just south of Franklin. That could be gusting out there near Farmington Hills and Southfield. So if you're on 696 on your Southfield heading toward Royal Oak and Oak Park areas, wouldn't be shocked to see some gusty winds happening with that area. Taking a peek back here at the Dearborn camera facing to the north, we have that cell moving just north of the camera currently, but there are cells to the west, left side of your screen that are not in view yet, that are moving toward the camera as well. So I have that pulled up. I'll keep an eye on it. Also got Clayton out there in the top right corner. He is chasing in the Lansing area, but I believe he's heading back home. Yeah. So I'm not sure if he's actively chasing or just repositioning right now. So he's also out there.
I see Michael's dots on. Is he out there chasing right now or no?
Well, let me check. To Michael, which one? L or G?
G.
Okay, let me see here. Negative.
Nope, not yet.
Bad in Farmington, limbs down, power out. Thank you for that report. Booming and banging just east of Jackson. That's not a surprise there. Joel called that out just minutes ago. Perhaps some stronger winds moving into Jackson area. So we'll keep an eye on that one too. The warning, though, for southern Oakland continues until 3:45 p.m. Eastern. That's about a half hour more. We'll see if they extend this warning or they cancel it or what they're going to do with it. My radar on Omega base velocity is showing wind gusts close to 60 moving into northern Wayne County, Joel.
Yeah, check that latest scan right there
Yeah.
at the interchange of 24 and 696. Again, that is where we see these yellows here on radar. So this is our velocity product where we look at winds moving towards and away from the radar site, which is currently based out of Detroit, Pontiac. So up here towards Clarkston. You can see all these winds are rushing away from the radar site in red, and where the red changes to orange and yellow, that is a sign of heavier winds in a very tight pocket here, especially over that interchange. So if you are around 24 at 696, also where it breaks off to 10 here, that is some very heavy winds. Again, this is like 60 to 65 miles per hour at 900 feet off the ground. So very close to gusting down to the surface, if not already gusting down to the surface.
I have a 67 pixel, a couple 67 pixels on mine, so wouldn't be shocked here at all to see more damage and outages. Also, would not be shocked to see an extension of a warning into northern Wayne County for this, as it's right in the county line, literally just north of Wayne County here near Southfield. Looking at this path, Royal Oak is in the path of that, eventually Warren and St. Clair Shores, but it does make it that far to the east. The good news, though, is the current winds, the peak of it is still within the warning box, so there's no real extension needed because the warning covers it pretty well. But like Joel said, it's basically over two main highways as well, heading in toward Berkeley and Royal Oak, as well as Oak Park, Ferndale, Madison Heights. Due east at about 30 miles per hour. The brighter yellows there indicate winds over 60 miles per hour are occurring. If you guys have reports of damage, feel free to message the page or drop a report in the reports group. Go ahead, Joel.
As I say, if it's not gusting to 60 down at the surface, then it's very, very close to. New update there continues the damaging winds right into Southfield as we speak.
A little bit
You
of
can take your radar back at any time. Go for it.
I was going to say, we have a little bit of a shelf cloud on the back end there on the left side of your screen, kind of taking shape in Dearborn. And this is facing the northwest, and this would be facing almost directly at the current storm that's producing the winds we're talking about here. This is moving pretty much due east. So this might actually go north of the Dearborn camera here. They trimmed the warning back again. They dropped the hail size down to penny size, so 0.75. Continued it for wind up to 60 miles per hour. You can see here on velocity, I'll switch it over. Your heaviest winds currently over Southfield, moving toward Royal Oak, and eventually Warren and St. Clair Shores if this continues to progress eastward with its strength. Further north here toward Troy, Bloomfield Hills, Pontiac, gusty winds are still occurring. They don't seem to be as strong as what's further south there. New statement coming in further south here. We just talked about this actually, Joel, for an extension of that statement. So Branch as well as St. Joseph County looks like they went ahead and reissued a statement for that. We'll wait to see what that entitles. It'll be a blue box that pops up on the screen here. There it goes. In effect for a half hour, puts us at 3:45 p.m. and it says wind gusts to 40 in pea-size hail. That's going to include places like Girard, Union City, Matson, Colon, Nottawa, and Findlay, as well as Sherwood and Hodunk. Severe warning continues for Oakland County, to be exact, its south and east corner of Oakland County. Gusty winds continue to push eastward here, right along 696. Currently over the Southfield area.
Yeah, we have a a lot of cells all up and down this line this afternoon, so it's a lot of moving back and forth. Right now, currently, there's 4 special weather statements out there that I'm counting. 3 of them obviously within the vicinity of the severe thunderstorm warning, but obviously now we have one back once more here in St. Joseph and Branch. And we still have a couple strong storms moving through Jackson, south of Lansing as well, and a couple more storms starting to roll in through the 69 corridor between Lansing and Battle Creek, as well as a couple cells actually, Ryan, on Lake Michigan. Undetermined on whether or not those storms will actually do anything in terms of downbursts, being away from kind of the heavier decape that's out there. But again, storms, whether or not they're severe or not, are possible across all of the Lower Peninsula this afternoon.
Yeah,
You can see just how many storms are out there right now on this zoomed out view.
Yeah, and taking a look back here at the Southfield cell, Joel. I don't know if you want to zoom in there. If not, I can take my radar back.
Yep.
But looks like the core of the wind has intensified and grew to the north now as well. So I'm getting damaging winds of 60 miles per hour from Birmingham down to Berkeley, down to Southfield and Oak Park. So it's a little bit wider of an area happening there now as well. I'm on the base for what it's worth. There you go.
Yep, there we go. Sorry.
So that's what I'm seeing there from about Bloomfield Hills down to the Wayne County line, getting scattered 55 to 60 mile per hour winds, a little bit over 60 even scattered within these pixels. So likely getting some type of wind here. If you guys live in Southfield, Royal Oak, Berkeley, Birmingham, Beverly Hills, and you guys have reports, feel free to message us or leave a comment here so we know what's going on. Got some, oh wow. Got some videos coming in here to the page of the wind in Novi, and it's definitely cranking out there. Classic microburst type of day. All that rain falls with such force, hits the ground, spreads outward. The outward movement causes gusty winds to occur, usually between 40 and 60 miles per hour, but sometimes you can get as high as 70 or 80 in the stronger ones.
Go ahead and do a scan on this Linden cell.
If you guys are hearing sirens out there, there's nothing for anything tornadic right now. Some of these counties will sound sirens for severe warnings. So repeating that, there is nothing tornadic or rotation wise that we see currently on radar. So do not panic for anything tornadic. Sorry, Joel.
Yeah, ever since well, sorry, I'm going to go ahead up to this cell that's actually moving towards Grand Blanc right now, because I noticed it when I was at the IWX radar in northern Indiana that it showed a very potent cell popping up in literally 2 scans. I just took a 2D slice of this storm in Linden and Lake Fenton, and it's up to 35,000 feet, but it's literally just getting its roots at the surface. So it has all this heavy rain. It's just tumbling around the upper levels of the atmosphere up there, but it's now just starting to downpour in Linden and Lake Fenton. We could see perhaps a downburst here very soon. We'll keep an eye on it, as this is also along that boundary. You can see this blue line that goes across your screen from west to east here. That is a boundary, outflow boundary from this storm down here. So we'll keep an eye on it. Kind of a boundary madness out there today. And again, all these boundaries can form other storms and continue just nonstop storm action throughout the rest of the evening until the sun starts to go down.
I want to say 2 things here, Joel. I would not be shocked to get an extension of a warning into Macomb County very soon. And secondly, the Dearborn cam has a nice view of some cool looking clouds moving right toward the camera here, likely outflow winds if I had to guess, pushing toward the camera here. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. I'll bring it back up if it gets insane here. But good look here, not good look, but a kind of like a scary look, kind of cool looking clouds moving in here toward Dearborn currently. Going back here, I would not be shocked to see a warning extended for like St. Clair Shores, Warren, Sterling Heights, and Clinton Township areas, southern Macomb County.
Yeah, it's definitely scuddy, Ryan, I would say, on the Dearborn cam.
In fact, there you go. That was very quick. Macomb and Wayne County says 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. Wait for it to pop on the screen here for if I get it first, I'll take it.
Yeah, go ahead and take your radar.
Yep, you got it.
And then I'll get the graphic.
It's not loaded yet, but it's going to... Oh, there it goes. So, new yellow box popping in there. Macomb Township, Sterling Heights, Clinton Township, St. Clair Shores, Warren, Downtown Detroit, as well as our Dearborn camera, now within that warning too. Dearborn Heights, Redford, Highland Township, Hamtramck, anywhere between North Detroit Metro and downtown Detroit within that warning. Joel, are the Tigers playing right now in Detroit?
I believe they're away tonight.
Okay. So no game going on there, so that's good. But big warning here, Southern Macomb, northeastern Wayne County there.
Sorry, they are home, but they don't play till 6:40.
Okay, so should be nobody out there then. So included in this warning, though, is our Dearborn camera. We do have a look at Dearborn facing to the northwest here. We can see the storm moving in toward the camera. It looks outflowish to me. That usually means you got some gusty winds incoming here, so we'll keep an eye on it. It's dry currently, but we'll keep a close eye on that here as this storm progresses. For reference here, the camera is right here, and the storms are moving this way. So it's kind of paralleling the camera right now. This warning, though, is for an hour and 7 minutes. That puts us roughly around 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And text the warning says, storm is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Wind gusts of 60 miles per hour are possible, and its source is radar indication. The severe thunderstorm will be near, severe storm will be near Warren and Sterling Heights around 325, Clinton around 340, St. Clair Shores and Mount Clemens around 345 Eastern Time. Threat is 60 mile per hour winds. Hail is penny size, so hail should be staying on the less than severe size criteria.
Here's Calhoun for you, Ryan.
All right, Calhoun coming in with a special weather statement here. Not surprised by that at all. Let's take a look at this real quick. Yeah, that northern half of that line there by Union City. Nice hail core on that one heading toward Teconcha. And the statement is going to be for 55 mile per hour winds and pea-size hail. So they're going for wind on this other than hail. Instead of hail, should I say. So Teconcha, it's a very small statement here. So Teconcha, Burlington's not included. M60 there between Clarendon and Teconcha is included with that statement.
So we're up to 5 special weather statements and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon. Kind of peak intensity right now as daytime heating is starting to reach its maximum. Stability is also on the rise.
Looks like the Ionia camera just got impacted by a rain shower. I'm going to take a peek up there real quick.
I don't see much.
I don't have that camera pulled up, actually. Do you have it, or is it down?
It's not down. I see the live cam, but
Okay.
there's not really much in terms of structure.
Okay. I will say this, the Burton camera, we have a storm just to the south of Burton camera that popped up here on the county line at Genesee and Oakland, just south of Grand Blanc. And the Burton camera has a decent look at that. So that's awesome. Take a peek at that and keep an eye on that as well. But for those of you watching the radar currently and live out ahead of this cell, this is the one that just popped up. Looks like a boundary there as well, Joel, just between Oxford, Grand Blanc area. So not surprising there as well as moving toward Grand Blanc, Atlas, Ortonville, and Hadley. Basically right down the Oakland County line, Genesee, and also Lapeer once it gets toward Lapeer County. Further south.
As I mentioned about,
Go ahead.
As I mentioned about 10 minutes ago, that cell up just south of Burton was what I was watching from the Indiana radar originally. I saw that core go up to like 35,000 feet, but down at the surface it wasn't doing anything. Now it's just starting to kind of flow out, so I would not be surprised. As I mentioned, we could see perhaps a warning. We'll see. Again, that core is up pretty high there in southern Genesee County, but again, it's about a 50-50 shot with all these downbursts this afternoon across the area. I'm going to actually watch that for hail as well while you're zooming down there.
Thank you for the super chat, Cam. Asking what about Chelsea. Chelsea is currently clear. Actually, hold on. Where are you at? There you are. You're clear for now, but there is a cell coming your way that is currently not severe. it doesn't look severe either. Could be some gusty winds toward Stockbridge, but that's going to push to the north of Chelsea. So right now you're clear, but you have a storm pushing in. Currently not strong or severe, but the northern half of this, which will pass the north of Chelsea, we want to watch here for a statement or perhaps a warning if that continues to strengthen.
Since you covered that super chat, Ryan, there was also a couple of new members. We have Nancy, Romero, and Matt, coming channel members here at MSC on YouTube. Thank you guys.
Yep. When we're in coverage like this, our focus is mainly on the coverage. But if I see a super chat roll in here, that's worth answering. We'll do that. We can't guarantee it, but go ahead.
Zoom up to the Grand Blanc storm. That is now it's a collapsing hail core. So
wind gust
just as I kind of
wind gust to 55 and half-inch hail now for a statement on that now.
Perfect. Yeah, I noticed the 3D scan. It jumped. The hail core jumped on that pretty quickly. Over 35,000 feet high on that one. The DVZ value is over 60. So that has gone up significantly in the last two scans. So I would not be surprised. Grand Blanc. You guys will probably have just southwest of Grand Blanc. I'm not sure if it'll make it into downtown, but definitely southwest of Grand Blanc here, along 75. Watch out for some hail there.
Yeah.
Over the last 4 scans, Ryan, it's been producing that 1-inch hail marker on GR2, so that's why I've been watching it.
Yeah, I see that. And also, Grand Blanc is on the edge of that, but with these outflow winds, if there's a microburst happening, Grand Blanc will feel the effects in the downtown area. Maybe not as strong or severe, but they're still going to be pretty gusty there. That storm is also heading toward Atlas, Goodrich, Ortonville, Kerr Hill, as well as Brandon Gardens, Perry Lake Heights, Groveland Corners, and the Hadley area. I have not said some of these names since our coverage back in 2024 of the Grand Blanc tornado. In fact, there you go. Joel is on his game today. He has called this out well ahead of time. Severe warning now for Genesee, Lapeer, and Oakland counties. We're looking at quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for the cell. Includes just place I just mentioned: Grand Blanc, Atlas, Hadley, Ortonville, Kerr Hill, Goodrich, 5 Points, Groveland Corners, Perry Lake Heights, Oakwood, Farmers Creek, and any place between what I just mentioned there. Severe warning continues for 45 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail is your threat there with the cell that just went 0 to 100 very, very quickly. New report coming in out of Novi, Joel. Train spotter reports 2 large spruce trees uprooted. I believe that's the same report we got behind the scenes as well. So
that is correct.
Yep. So that report's now LSR'd. They went ahead and put that out there as a report, an official report. That's going to be for the Novi area. If you guys have damage from these storms today, feel free to message the page or leave a comment with a picture, not on this stream, but on another post or on one of the posts on our page. Feel free to drop a picture or a video or a report in your location and what you're seeing out there. I want to take a look. Go ahead.
I was going to say, on our Facebook and our X pages, the warnings are automatically posted as they come in. So a great location to post those damage reports, if you have any, would be underneath those warning posts. Obviously, make sure you add your location and, if necessary, a measurement to it as well, especially if you're measuring hail. Go ahead.
You got to take a note here as well. Power outages have climbed double. We're now at 11,000 people, and there is currently 3,000 of those people in Oakland County. So not surprised by that at all. Also, Burton camera, taking a peek back here, looking due south there. Got a nice looking cell there. Perhaps a scuddy base back here on the right behind the sign of the tree. They're going to watch that as it comes into view. But at least a very nice rain core there just south of Burton. This is looking right at that severe storm just went warned in Genesee County. So we'll see. This is going to pass south of the camera, but it is a good look here at what's happening in the Burton area.
Yeah, VIL core on that storm up there is pretty high. If you look at CC, you can see exactly where that hail's falling. That hail core right now, right on Baldwin Road, up between Baldwin and Cook Road. Those are east-west roads. North-south road of Gray Tracks Road and McWayne Road. So that general area there is about where the hail's probably falling. Maybe not exactly, but it's somewhere in that general vicinity southwest of Grand Blanc.
Yeah, it's going to be across 75 here in a matter of minutes, if not like happening right now on 75. So 75 between Holly Road and we're going to say probably Dort or Cook Road, as Joel just mentioned. If you're on the highway, please don't take shelter underneath an overpass. That's the worst place you can go. pull off the highway and try and find a car wash or some type of building to shelter in. Joel, there's actually a really nice looking base here on the Burton camera. Check this out.
Yeah.
Watching the tree, behind the tree and the sign there, right center of your screen. Definitely interesting, that's for sure. Likely harmless, but definitely interesting.
Ryan, if you want to throw my radar in the bottom left corner, that way we have both our radars on at the same time. So,
Yep.
Yeah, scene 4 there.
Whoops.
That's. Oh yeah, you probably gotta. You might have to go into studio mode. Yeah, you have that button on Stream Deck.
No, I don't.
You should. Should be on the first page.
I don't have Stream Deck installed.
Okay, never mind. That hail core now passing directly over 75 at the interchange of Holly Road and 75, as Ryan just briefly mentioned, and starting to lose its oomph. Again, when these thunderstorms collapse on themselves, they collapse fairly fast within a 5-minute time frame. There, Ryan, that's a very interesting cloud in the center of your screen.
I know it is. But if you think about it, though, we're looking to the south, and it's kind of on the wrong side of a storm to be a wall cloud, you'd think.
Yeah, I believe that actually might be some sort of anticyclonic wall cloud there.
Either way, it's definitely ominous looking.
Yeah.
I don't think it's tornadic in any way, but it definitely is ominous. It looks, for those of you who are watching here, this is basically replicating what a wall cloud would look like before a tornado forms, but in this case, it's in the wrong spot for that to happen. It's on a storm that doesn't appear to be supercellular in nature either. Maybe it is. It's just, I don't see that location being the right spot for it to happen. But if you want to know what a wall cloud looks like, that's pretty much identical to what it does look like. It's like a low-hanging, scuddy base or below a cloud deck. It's hard to explain, but either way, let's take a peek back here at the radar. There is a downburst occurring now in Grand Blanc and Newark areas,
Yep.
And this is going to be moving toward Atlas as well as Goodrich
Right.
areas. Go ahead.
We need to go back down to Detroit area real quick. There's multiple spots where downbursts are occurring all up and down that severe warning right now.
Yeah, we actually have a camera here from... Actually, we don't. It's offline. Perfect. But yes, there is likely quite a bit of wind here happening. Do you have it on your radar? I can pull it up.
Yep.
There you go.
Right there. This is directly right between 8 Mile down to 7 and 6 Mile here in McNichols Road, crossing over the north-south road of M53. So that general area here, just to the northeast of Highland Park, right where we see all of these brighter yellows at. So heading down 7 and 8 Mile right now, setting over towards East Point, Grosse Point Woods. Anywhere we see these bright yellows on radar, is usually a sign of 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a little bit higher. The beam height from this area right now is about 2,000 feet off the ground, so we can't see anything below 2,000 feet. So it's a possibility it's not 60 at the ground, but it is still relatively close to the surface there. So keep that in mind. We have a couple spots all up near Katy and Fraser as well. Could be gusting to 50 to 60 here as well. A reminder, the severe thunderstorm warning includes all of southern Macomb County and all of northeastern Wayne County here. So this threat will be moving out of Dearborn, Highland Park, Redford here soon. This will be mainly a Mount Clemens, Fraser, St. Clair, Shores issue here in the next coming minutes, as well as up towards New Baltimore.
Hey, Joe, I'm going to take over here just for a second. Looking at the other areas across the state, there is a little bit of an increase in velocity, perhaps a downburst happening near Unidalia, just north of the county line of Jackson and Washtenaw here. This is going to be for Stockbridge, Unidalia, Dexter Township, and Hamburg Township here as this moves to the east. Also, a start of what a downburst what it looks like here in Ypsilanti, as well as the eastern half of Ann Arbor. So if you're in Ypsilanti, expect some gusty winds to be happening there as well. A lot going on here, guys. A lot going on here.
Yep.
Taking a peek back at the Burton camera, we have a chance that Scuddy Base continues to slowly cross. What road is this? Belsay Road, I believe this is facing south. If you don't mind, I'm actually going to hop on the software. I'm going to grab a time lapse of it to see if it's rotating at all, just out of curiosity.
Okay.
So
Yep,
I'm
fine.
going to put your screen back on here, and I'm going to let you take control just for a second while I do that.
Yep. So we're gonna go ahead, since this is gonna be a sort of a long duration thing for Ryan here. I'm gonna go from left to right across the state in terms of where all these storms are occurring right now, and I'll tell you guys whether or not they're severe. Obviously, starting with, we're gonna have to go back to the Grand Rapids radar here real quick. So again, working from left to right. If you are south of 96, 69, this is basically the threat zone. If you're north of there right now, nothing going out except for a couple rain showers, maybe a couple rumbles of thunder here towards Ionia, but the main strong to severe threat is going to be south of 69 and south of 96 from Muskegon to Lansing, and then Lansing to Canada. So, work back to the left here. We have a cell moving onshore towards Holland. Again, it's kind of outside of the main environment here, so that storm is likely not to do anything, but Holland, you could still get a nice thunder rumble there, so keep that in mind. A line of thunderstorms here from Michigan City up through Niles, kind of scattered in spots. Not currently warned or statemented, but you can see where the brighter greens are here in some of these storms, especially south of Cassopolis. Could be some gusty winds, 30 to 40. We'll have to watch for statements there as these storms continue into Michigan here south of Kalamazoo. Speaking of Kalamazoo, here we have a cell right on 94 between Paw Paw and Kalamazoo. Could be a little bit of hail falling here soon, pea-sized hail again, where we see these pink colors within the base reflectivity radar. That is something to watch out for. We move down to the east a little bit. You have a cell also in Battle Creek right now, non-severe. Stronger storms over to Concha, heading towards Homer. Moving just to the north of Coldwater right now, heading up towards Homer and Litchfield as mentioned. These special weather statements in effect for winds of 50 to 55 miles per hour, so that is borderline severe. Please make sure to be taking shelter inside. Again, there's a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning going on out there today as well, so definitely if you're not experiencing the winds and you hear the thunder, you're close enough to be struck. Then we move over to our even stronger storms here. We have that, I think this is a new statement, Ryan.
That came in about
Southern
10
Michigan.
minutes ago, about seven minutes ago or so. Also, just want to break in real quick. That cell moving into Kalamazoo County has a very nice hail core up to about 20,000 feet on it. So that could be an intensification of a cell there by Paw Paw. Have to watch that one very closely as it moves into Portage and Kalamazoo area.
Yeah, once I'm done with these storms here, I'll go back to that. So again, strong storm now moving into Pinckney towards Brighton. You can see the special weather statement box on the center of your screen here in tan. That is for 50 to 55 mile per hour winds and half-inch hail. So that could be severe here in the coming minutes. So keep that in mind. Again, you've already been hit once by this first line of storms. Again, storms can strike the same location twice, 3-4 times in the same day, like we're going to be seeing today with these pulse thunderstorms. Special weather statement remains in effect for Oakland. That's probably going to be canceled soon as there's no real concerning threat for Oakland County at the current time. These storms are now moving off to the east and north. We also have this statement, down to the south here, extended back through northern Wayne County. A couple cells moving into that general vicinity of that box, but this special weather statement is going to be canceling soon, along with the warning for Wayne County. So you guys should be good in Wayne County here soon. However, again, we're watching these cells develop from Bridgewater up towards Ypsilanti. So we'll have to watch those as they move into Detroit. Speaking of Detroit here, strong gusty winds now moving through St. Clair Shores here, Grosse Pointe Woods, Grosse Pointe Farms. Now starting to gust onto Lake St. Clair as well. Still some very strong winds here in the Harper Woods area perhaps, as well as up towards Mount Clemens heading into St. Clair Haven, New Baltimore. Probably getting the gust front right about now, but again, heaviest of winds still off to the west. And then lastly here we have this downburst ongoing right outside of downtown Grand Blanc, maybe inside of Grand Blanc. This is also heading into Goodrich right now as well. Also up towards our cam in Burton, which our Burton cam now has a pretty nice shelf on it, I believe.
Yeah, I can go ahead and take a peek at that here real quick if you want to. But also wanted to mention as well, the Dearborn camera also had a really good gust there, probably close to 40 to 45. Well, with the outflow boundary as it pushed through Dearborn. So gusty winds are occurring even on the edge of thunderstorms today. So if you happen to be close to rain but not quite in the rain, still expect there to be some gusty winds occurring as these storms like to push wind in all directions outwards from it. This is Burton facing to the south there. As Joel just mentioned, there is a nice shelf cloud there, top right center of your screen. Man, this Burton camera, Joel, I'll tell you, this Burton camera has come in handy. I don't know how many times this year for beautiful views like this. So as always, shout out to Garjan here and Burton for putting these cameras up for us. They've been extremely valuable for us. Like, I can't even put into words how valuable they've been for us.
Absolutely. Feel free to take my radar back
Yep,
if you want.
you got it.
So again, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We technically have 3, but at this point, I believe Oakland County, you guys are going to be good here very shortly. So Southfield, Birmingham, Troy, Royal Oak, you guys are still in that orange box. But I would imagine within probably the next 2 minutes here, you guys are going to be good. I believe that warning expires at 3:45.
It does, yes.
It does, yeah. So you guys are going to be good in 2 minutes here if you're in Oakland County. Again, we have that severe thunderstorm warning up here for southwestern Lapeer, southeastern Genesee, and extreme northern Oakland, so Ortonville specifically, with the gustiest of winds right now heading into Goodrich. And then we obviously have the big severe thunderstorm warning down here for southern Macomb County, which is in the thick of it right now, as well as extreme eastern Wayne County, but this gusty winds are now going to be moving on to Lake St. Clair here in the next probably 10 minutes. St. Clair County, you're proper here, so south of Marine City and St. Clair. I would not be surprised if there's a warning extended soon as these winds do roll across the lake. Again, they start to, the friction starts to kind of go down a little bit there. Again, it's a flat open surface. So watch out if you are in Pearl Beach, Elginak, Fairhaven as these winds roll your way. So going back to the Kalamazoo storm, which Ryan mentioned that has a hail core, I'm going to go ahead and go to the Grand Rapids radar here real quick. Again, a lot of storms out there today, so there's going to be a lot of flipping back and forth here across southern Michigan. See, it's starting to open up out there. I'm going to actually go ahead and load more frames so I can get more of a slice.
For reference, I have a hail core up to about 28,000 feet on the Kalamazoo cell.
Yep, I'm seeing that too, and in the latest scan, it starts to move a little bit further closer to the ground. So this is starting to fall out as we speak. If I switch it over to CC radar, it is starting to get a couple pixels here of greens and yellows. Again, on CC radar, we're looking for things that are other colors than this red and purple mix you see here on the screen. So
New statement
reds
coming
and
in, by the
purples
way.
for that storm.
Nope, Coldwater and Hillsdale.
Okay, go over that in just a second. But again, for CC radar, kind of a teaching moment here. We're looking for anything other than the reds and the pinks. Latest scan shows that it is starting to open up a little bit more here in terms of yellows and greens. Yellows and greens, non-uniform meteorological objects tumbling around in the atmosphere. That would be things such as hail, and obviously in some cases birds, debris, things that are obviously not circular in nature. But again, on a day like today, we're using this radar product specifically for uneven hail that's floating around the atmosphere, and we're starting to see that right now directly on 94 at the 6th Street overpass, heading up towards the 9th Street exit here, as well as heading down N Avenue. So heads up on the very west side of Kalamazoo. I believe that might be Texas Township, if I recall.
Yes,
I could be wrong.
that sounds right. Statement coming in now from Kalamazoo and Battle Creek for that cell.
Perfect.
That's going to be for 55 mile per hour winds and pea-size hail. And for reference, the Coldwater Hillsdale statement is for 50 mile per hour and half-inch hail.
I have not been seeing any of those alerts popping up on your screen.
Yeah, they're not as of right now.
Okay.
I have that time lapse loading in here. I'm just editing it so it speeds up just a bit.
Sweet. So all warnings have been dropped from Oakland besides the Ortonville storm. So Oakland County proper, so Pontiac, Clarkston, you guys are good there. Birmingham, Farmington Hills, Wixom, Milford, also all good. But watch out for these storms coming in from the west still. You have one here statemented heading towards Brighton, 50 to 55 mile per hour winds and half-inch hail possible.
I'm going to send that to you, Joel. You take a peek at that and let me know what you think.
Okay.
All right, while he does that, I will take my radar for a brief minute. And that's actually the pertinent camera, so I'll pop that off. Take a peek up here, back at the original warning that prompted us to go live, up here in the St. Clair Shores area. Is this reading data for us? Yeah, check that out. Actually, hey, Joel, the Macomb County Public Works is gusting to 66. Their cyclone port there. So we have a 66 mile per hour gust occurring right now at the Macomb County Public Works cyclone port station, just located between St. Clair Shores and Grosse Pointe Woods. That is the first time I've ever seen a station like this report a gust that strong. Usually like 30 or 40 is usual. 66 though. It's too bad it's offline with no camera, because usually there's a camera on that one. Either way, gusty winds are occurring in St. Clair Shores right now with this line, with this
What's
warning.
the name of that port?
It's Macomb County Public Works. That's going to be located just north of Grosse Pointe Shores, just south of St. Clair Shores. But yeah, either way, gusty winds, severe winds, not just gusty, but severe winds are occurring with this cell as it pushes into St. Clair Shores, as well as Clinton Township, Harrison Township, Grosse Pointe Shores, Grosse Pointe Farms, Grosse Pointe Park as well. And eventually, as Joel mentioned a few minutes ago, Algonac, Port Lambton, Middle Island here, Anchorville, and anywhere close to the not going to say Marine City, but South Marine City down here by Lake St. Clair. Take a look back down here at the airport radar and take a peek here. Actually, new statement coming in now for Wayne and Washtenaw County. There's a lot going on here, guys. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour are possible with this statement. There's a downburst occurring just south of Ann Arbor in Lodi Township, Saline areas. Likely some gusty winds occurring here. That'll push to the east here toward Pittsfield Charter Township and eventually Ypsilanti and Stony Creek and Willis areas if it does make it that far. That statement's going to be good for 56 minutes. Puts us roughly at 4:45. Taking a look back down here in the Kalamazoo area. We have a camera, not our camera, but the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety is facing to the north here. Blue skies to the north, but rain to the west. You guys can't see it on the radar, on the camera there, but on the radar you can definitely see the cell moving in here. Camera's right there, and it's going to pass just to the south, it appears, of the camera. Looking at the wind velocity on this, it does appear to be a little downbursty, if that can be a word we add to our MSC vocabulary. Downbursty, windy there in the western Kalamazoo County area. So Portage and Kalamazoo areas, be prepared for some gusty winds there. A statement is in effect for 55 mile per hour winds and pea-size hail. Battle Creek now being impacted by a cell as well. It could contain gusty winds. Not seeing much on radar, but regardless, these storms can be deceiving today, as a lot of the microbursts and downbursts happen under the radar beam. So if the radar beam's less than or greater than 2,000 or 3,000 feet, we're not going to see what's happening below that. So a lot of these winds can happen without being detected. So treat any storm today with gusty winds and not likely, but perhaps some possibility for some severe winds mixed in as well. The cell near Coldwater has my eye heading toward Jonesville and Hillsdale. Looking at the velocity here, it looks to be a little windy, but not too overly concerning with that. Again, it's kind of in a bad spot as well, because zoomed out here, there's a radar here in northern Indiana, a radar in Grand Rapids, a radar in Detroit, and it's kind of in the center of all of the three radars, so we don't have a good look at it. So if you guys happen to live in the Coldwater areas here, Quincy, Allen, Litchfield, and Butler areas, you guys have reports from this storm, would appreciate what you guys are seeing out there to help us know what's actually happening with that storm. Back up here to the warnings, we have two warnings in effect. Let's go ahead and take a peek at our Burton camera here. It got dark out there facing to the west. This storm continues just to the east of Grand Blanc over Atlas, moving into Hadley currently, impacting the Ortonville area as well. Looking at the wind velocity on this one, take back the radar. Doesn't appear to be, you can definitely see the downburst happening there in Atlas. So what this basically is the red colors are winds going away from the radar, and the green's going toward the radar. So that means we have a little bit of downburst happening there. Zooming way in, probably some gusty winds happening between Goodrich and Atlas over M15 as well as Hegel Road. Further south here, we just talked about those winds in the St. Clair Shores area. Looks like most of that is now passed over onto Lake St. Clair, and most of that will be heading into Canada as we speak in about 15 or so minutes. New warning coming in for Branch and Hillsdale. I will mention as well before we head on down there The south part of St. Clair County may actually be in for some wind as well by the Algonac area the next 15 or so minutes. New warning coming back down here as well. Quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for northwestern Hillsdale and northeastern Branch County. Not surprised by that at all. The GR2 radar product suggests hail is right around an inch in diameter based on the Grand Rapids radar. Based on the radar out of IWX, Indiana, we have 1.32 inch hail. So likely some larger hail falling within this cell as well. This is going to be located, like we just talked about, over Quincy, Girard, heading toward Litchfield, Allen, and Jonesville, as well as Hillsdale potentially. The bulk of this should go north of Hillsdale, but still gusty winds are possible with that cell.
Did you see the hail report in Wixom? I'm sorry if I wasn't paying attention, but the hail report in Wixom confirmed 1 inch.
Yeah, quarters. I got a picture, I believe, that was sent to us in the comments that looked like right around an inch, so that's not surprising. I will say as well, this cell in Branch County is knocking power out as well as Calhoun. About 1,000 people out of power in Calhoun and about 300 so far in Branch. Oakland County up to 10,000 people. We are now at 21 in total across the state. So 21,000 people out of power with gusty winds occurring with these cells. By the way, the warning in the Jonesville, Hillsdale, Coldwater area expires in 36 minutes, right around 4:30 p.m. expiration time. Erica says, no hail at the moment in Girard. Thank you, Erica, for that report. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah. Outages have spiked again. We're up to 30,000 people now out of power in Michigan. And a lot of that centered in Oakland, Livingston, and Ingham counties, as well as Calhoun County being picked up now, over 1,000 in Calhoun out of power. So what's happening in Calhoun? You guys okay over there?
Oh yeah, hail spiked to 30,000 there on that new warning over Quincy.
Yeah, I was about to do that actually. Oh wow.
So that's about to come crashing down. I see it already starting to spike on CC radar a little bit as well.
And look at your velocity here via the GRR's radar. Definitely a downburst occurring there. Kind of messy, but it's also, like I said before, though, it's in between all three radars here, so it's really hard to get a good visual of what's happening. Taking a zoomed out look here, we got scattered to numerous storms that have popped up across southern and central Michigan. Got two warnings currently in effect. They just dropped the one up here for the Grand Blanc and Lapeer areas, and that storm has fallen apart. So no need to worry about this one. I will also mention the Detroit and also this, Macomb County warning. It looks like most of the wind is now pushed onto Lake St. Clair, so likely an expiration of this warning incoming shortly. So we're going to be probably down to one warning in the state down here toward the Coldwater area. The orange boxes are severe warnings and the blue boxes are statements. So statements are a step below severe. The criteria for severe is 58 miles per hour or greater winds, hail that is 1 inch in diameter or greater. Anything below that would be a statement. Go ahead and cycle through the cameras we have here in Burton. Wolverine, we got Manistee, Charlotte, Dearborn, Harbor Beach, Manistee North, and then we also have good old Ionia. Burton has the best view. We're going to leave it right there for a little bit. Yeah, don't be shocked out there if you have some flooding going on. There's a lot of rainfall happening with these storms as well. A lot of moisture. You can feel the humidity out there, and that's going to aid in heavy rainfall rates with these storms. The storm near Coldwater is heading toward Jonesville, Litchfield, Hillsdale, as well as East Mosherville. Allen, Jonesville is really the biggest populated center area that's in line right along US 12 here. And this is eventually going to head toward my direction if this continues. Speaking of my direction, over here in Lenawee County, there's actually an outflow boundary here near Milan, Clinton, just north of Britain here. In fact, if I go just outside my window, Joel, I wonder if I could see a shelf cloud with that boundary.
I see a bunch of reports coming in. I'm going to go ahead and confirm some of these reports here in our Michigan Weather Reports group, but there is confirmed. I can see that 1-inch hail report now from Wixom earlier.
Yep.
Flooding in Mason as well.
With these boundaries, though, on radar, you can see a little bit of a line here from roughly the Wayne-Monroe County line. This is a very classic outflow boundary. Those can provide sources of lift to get other storms up and going and provide enhanced wind shear in some situations. I would not be shocked to see more storms firing up close to this boundary here in Lenawee and Monroe counties, perhaps southern Wayne, southern Washtenaw as well. This is heading right for my house, too. If you guys are watching and you own a business and you want to sponsor a weather camera, we are interested in partnering up for sponsorships for our cameras. All locations are welcome. We're looking for mainly businesses, but if you're an individual want to sponsor a camera, you can do that as well. Primarily, we need west side cameras. We have a ton of east side cameras, only like 1 or 2. Actually, we don't have really many besides Manistee on the west side. We have Charlotte, we have Ionia. We need some close to Lake Michigan. So if you guys are over in West Michigan and you want to sponsor your camera, feel free to message the page with your interest, and we can get you pointed in the right direction and get you some information on that.
Ryan, I'm also starting to looking back at this radar here. I'm starting to be concerned for a little bit of a flooding threat now from Kalamazoo to Battle Creek. That's like 4 different cells have kind of converged there.
Yeah.
It just popped up. It's just a lot of heavy rain. So even if there's not heavy winds ongoing now, particularly, that is about a 30-mile stretch there of just storms that are maybe 40 miles of storms just training over the same area. So Battle Creek, Kalamazoo, watch out because these storms are only moving, I believe, at like 20 miles per hour off to the east.
Yeah, they says east at 40. I'd probably suggest 30, 35 based on radar. But Joel, one thing to mention here as well, this is directly over I-94. So 94 is, driving during rush hour here, flooding 94. 94 is already dangerous as it is. So be careful out there if you're going home between Battle Creek, Marshall, and Kalamazoo areas. Heavy rain for sure. And it's unfortunately directly over 94 here. Looks like the warning has been trimmed significantly down toward Macomb and very far northeastern Wayne County. 60-mile-per-hour winds is the only hazard with that currently. I will say the cell down here that's going up near the Augusta Charter Township, just north and east of Milan, has my eye as well. I'm not sure if that's a coincidence or if that's actually a good core building on that. I'm going to check on GR2 here real quick. Yeah, good core they're forming in Washtenaw, Wayne County line there by the airport radar.
You in 3D scan?
I'm just going up in tilts.
Yeah, I see it. There's some 60 DBZ starting to form at about 15 to 20,000 feet.
I got 60 at 21,000 via the Fort Wayne radar. Either way, got some good rain, probably some good sized hail falling there too.
I don't know if you saw, but the severe warning was trimmed.
Yep, just talked about that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the storm up there is basically all but out of the county onto Lake St. Clair, so that's good news.
Yeah.
New statement looks like coming in here for the Dowagiac area. Let's go ahead and go back here. The storm likely right here coming in. We'll wait for the blue box to pop on your screen. Cue Jeopardy music. Did I get an old alert pushed to me? Nope, it's new. Niles, Dowagiac, and Buchanan until 4:30. 40-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail. Assuming it's going to be for this cell, like a box that looks like this. Oh, okay. There it is, finally. So there it is. Blue box, Pokagon, Cassopolis, Penn. I butcher this every time. Volenia, Dowagiac, Niles, Buchanan, and Pokagon. 40-mile-per-hour winds, half-inch hail. Back up here, we got some nice looking cells in the Eaton Rapids area. Would not suggest severe is occurring, but likely some downbursts occurring there where the greens and reds are kind of going out of each other. So likely some gusty winds there, but doesn't look overly organized or severe based on radar. I will say the Jonesville cell is looking intriguing for wind. Yeah, likely some really gusty winds happening here just north of Allen, between Litchfield and Allen, north of US 12. So keep an eye on that area here as well. This is moving to the east toward Jonesville at roughly 35 miles per hour. So it's going to pass very closely to Litchfield and Jonesville. Warning continues for 26 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail is your threats.
Do you have sorry, do you have Nick live? Nick K.
I can.
I don't know if we ever figured out his link or not, but it's worth a try. Right there.
Negative.
Okay. Ben is also chasing.
Negative.
Also negative.
Oh, we got Tyler out. What's going on for Tyler? Should I leave Nick on the screen here in case he connects?
I don't think he has. I don't think we fixed his link ever, so
Okay.
we'll have to do that after the stream.
Okay. We got Tyler out there. I'm going to see if I can get a hold of Tyler real quick. I believe he's over in southeast Michigan. Joel, if you want to take over for a minute, I can try and get this inputted for Nick.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, you can go ahead and take me live.
You got it.
Cool. Okay, if you're just tuning in, current time is 4:05 p.m. About to turn to 4:06. Make sure you are watching within 30 seconds of this. Again, YouTube and Facebook have about a 30-second delay. Yeah, Chief Meteorologist Joel Fruitzman alongside of Ryan Harriot up there in the top. Again, we've been live for about an hour 15 now. Severe thunderstorms crossing the state, mainly damaging wind threat out there. A lot of microbursts going on today. Also, with some of these higher hail, or some of these higher cores out there in general, we're seeing hail up to 1 inch, especially there. We had a 1-inch hail report in Wixom County earlier. So you can see on the center of your screen right now is the radar for all of southern Michigan. You can see there's just storms all over the place. So you can kind of pick out, especially if you know where you're located on a county-based map, you can kind of pick out where you're located on there and see what storms are in your vicinity. Again, Detroit's over here on the right. You had a severe thunderstorm warning for downtown. That is now not through downtown. That storm basically is going to be moving into southern St. Clair County here within the next seconds. You also have new warning coming in for Hillsdale.
I believe it's just an update to the one that they had. Just trimmed it back.
Gotcha. So it's probably going to be trimming branch then.
Yep. That
Question in chat for you, Ryan. CPN.
Oh.
So there is your warning here for Hillsdale County. It's northwest side, so this is mainly Jonesville, Litchfield, Allen, heading up towards North Adams. This is eventually going to be heading into southern Jackson County as it kind of meanders its way a little bit northeast. So Brooklyn, watch out there, as well as north of Addison. See, all the tan boxes on your screen are the equivalent of the blue boxes you see on Ryan's radar. Those are special weather statements. So those are for storms that are strong but not severe. That's kind of like the precursor to a severe warning, you could say. So there's plenty of those tan boxes out there today where we see a bunch of strong thunderstorms, but not quite to the severe limits. Again, we're watching for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail with any storm today. Tornadoes, not likely.
I'll be right back. I'm going to try and get this going.
Okay. Make sure to go in studio mode view. Yes, microbursts are very, very likely today. Give the atmospheric profile in place. There's a lot of potential there for winds. Again, these microbursts are basically winds that shoot down because of a collapsing updraft, and they spread out in all directions from the thunderstorm. That out spreading from every side of the thunderstorm also results in these outflow boundaries, which also kick off more storms later in the day as well. So you have an outflow boundary that comes from one storm, and then it collides with another boundary, kicks up another storm. It's kind of just like a never-ending process, which makes it very hard to pinpoint down whether or not your exact location is going to get a storm during the day, whether or not it's going to be severe as well. Obviously, nobody has a crystal ball. No one can tell you exactly where it's going to get severe weather, but the wild nature of outflow boundaries makes a day like today even a lot trickier to kind of figure out where storms are going to develop. In comparison, I guess you could say, into system storms that are part of our like ridging pattern. So a lot going on out there today. You can see on radar currently pretty much all the southern rows of counties here are experiencing some sort of shower thunderstorm action out there right now. And again, any orange box you see on the screen is a current severe thunderstorm warning. 1920 1080. Yep. Okay. Surprised you had to create a new browser source. That there's already been one in there. Interesting. Okay. Make sure you okay. Make sure you add it to the group on the sources tab as well. Sorry if no one can hear Ryan right now. It's because he has his mic muted, but I can still hear him behind the scenes. Yep. Yes. And right now you're looking at base reflectivity radar across the state. Again, it's your intensity of rain ongoing. So anywhere where you see reds on radar is very heavy rain, perhaps even some hail falling. I will take this moment to say Macomb County and extreme northeastern Wayne County, you guys are no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. So the only warning that's currently left out there current time is northwestern Hillsdale County. You can see that orange box at the bottom of the screen there on your radar. And again, heavy rains continue to train over the same area in portions of Cass County as well as Kalamazoo and Calhoun County. So flooding also could be a concern here as we move throughout the evening hours. So if you're on your way home from work, especially, please be mindful if you know any locations on your way to and from work that are in low-lying areas. You do want to be mindful that that route could be severely impacted and you might have to take another way. Go ahead and I'm going to look around at the winds here. It looks like the peak of the winds again, kind of with that severe thunderstorm warning. Currently over M99 on the north side of Jonesville. Go up to our storms in the Detroit area. It looks like the gusty winds here on this previously severe warned storm are going to be just south of Elginak. So looks like it's going to be pushing into Ontario there for that. And otherwise, not seeing a whole lot in terms of other gusty winds. Let me go over to the Grand Rapids radar real quick. Yeah, looks like some gusty winds north side of Battle Creek heading through Augusta and Oak Park right now. Let us know if you are watching in this side of the state. Again, it's going to be Western Calhoun, Eastern Kalamazoo counties there. Some bright greens on radar you can see right about there. Those are probably like 30 to 40 miles per hour. So not severe by any means, but it could be gusty. We also see a lot of brighter greens down here, just north of Edwardsburg. So running from Niles all the way up to Vandalia. Heading up towards Marcellus eventually as well. Special water statement in effect there for winds up to 40 miles per hour and half-inch hail. And this storm is moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. So again, very, very slow. Flooding threat definitely concerned, especially in southwest Michigan with this storm as it rolls up towards northern St. Joseph and southern Kalamazoo County at some point. Kind of scooting down 94 here. You can see all of these storms. Nice patch of showers and thunderstorms up here in Ingham County. And a couple cells now firing and staying firing right down M21 between Lyons and Fowler. And nothing too eye-popping on these storms right now as it stands. Looking at, let's go to updraft strength, and we're not seeing too much bright reds there. It's kind of neutrally buoyant. So those storms are basically, in a lack of better words, just existing. Not really doing anything. Maybe it's slightly positively buoyant, so those are starting to kind of build up a little bit higher. So we'll keep an eye on them for maybe a small hail threat. But right now, they're both producing their own outflow boundary, so it's probably very gusty down near Portland. Moving over to the Detroit radar real quick. These storms that were previously, I believe, warned here for Grand Blanc are now right here, moving very, very slowly along 69. Gusty winds, not really a threat. Hail, not really a threat either. Cloud top height is only 35,000, which is still pretty a tall storm. But if I take a 3D slice here behind the scenes, there's no hail core left on this. So that's not going to be a hail threat. It looks like the strongest part of its updraft has collapsed. It's now just going to be raining itself out as we continue towards the 5 o'clock hour here. And if you're just tuning in, we've been live for about an hour and a half now. So if you haven't hit the like button already, feel free to do that to help support our operations here at Michigan Storm Chasers. And if you know anyone impacted by these severe to strong storms across southern Michigan today, again, a share goes a long ways. And if, again, you don't know anyone, a like does as well. One severe thunderstorm warning out there right now. Again, Hillsdale County, for those who are just tuning in, you can see the orange box on the screen. It is there in the bottom row of counties. Main hazards today, 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to 1-inch hail. We've seen a 1-inch hail report from Oakland County so far. Any other counties, we've not seen any hail larger than that. Ryan, I'm not sure if you got the super chat from earlier from Red Dozier, but she did do a $20 super chat here earlier in the stream. So thank you, Red. And Jacqueline with a $10 super chat saying thank you all. So thank you both for those super chats. Again, you can support our operations here optionally by sending a super chat here on YouTube. And we'll read it off. Ghost Wolf 49 super chat saying, hey guys, looking at my radar, I'm seeing 63-mile-per-hour winds in Romulus. We'll go ahead and check that out here real quick. Zoom in here. That's going to be... Not seeing anything in the Romulus area right now. unless it's on the airport radar. It could be on the airport radar. Let me check. I wouldn't say 63. I would say maybe closer to 30 or 40. So that's definitely not severe, but we are going to be watching these. You can see there's actually an a microburst, excuse me, heading through Ipsy right now with this cell. If you quick hit back, again, you see these winds moving in opposite directions from each other. Red's away, green's towards the radar site as a sign of a microburst ongoing. So that is it's a weaker microburst, but it's going to get gusty there. Willow Run up towards Dixboro. So a lot of microbursts going on. Again, there's basically what a microburst is these thunderstorms build up really quick and collapse really quick during these very hot and humid summertime days. We see these every summer. It's not a new occurrence by any means. We've seen these for years and years. But again, it's most common during these very humid summer days during the summer where you have just the right atmospheric conditions for these microbursts to occur. And again, they build up really quick and come down really quick. And that quick motion down means winds are going to hit the ground and spread out in all directions from the center of the storm. So something to keep in mind. It's like straight line wind damage, but again, it can be facing, if you are on the west side of a storm when it collapses, then you could see trees, that fell over blowing to the west, essentially. So sometimes it is kind of mistaken for tornado damage, but again, microburst winds shooting down from the middle of the thunderstorm, spreading out in all directions. Heavy thunderstorm now moving into Algonac. Again, that is not really that windy, although seeing pixels of up to 40 here in the southern part of the county. Not severe by any means, but again, could get gusty there in the southern or the northern part of the lake. Let's go look at the Grand Rapids radar once more here. A nice thing about these storms, obviously, for those who are down here in the southern portion of the state today, is no one is experiencing heat index values close to 100 except for southern Michigan. So if you do get a thunderstorm, it'll definitely cool things off by 15 to 20 miles, or not miles per hour, but degrees Fahrenheit. So you could go from heat index values of 90 to 95 to quickly down to 70 at most. We got a new statement coming in here at the current time. It's going to be for St. Clair County. We'll switch it back here to the Detroit radar. It should come in. Maybe not. Pull it up behind the scenes here in just a second. This special weather statement actually is up for winds of 55 miles per hour. So it is not severe still, but it is 55 mile per hour winds. It is a little far from the radar site, so it is tough to tell what's actually going on at the surface. Again, we can kind of see a hint at brighter reds here, just south of Pearl Beach. But again, that is 2,800 feet off the ground. So we don't know what's happening below 2,800 feet, as that is the lowest beam elevation from the radar site in Detroit. So Algonac, Pearl Beach, this special weather statement is basically this peninsula here. If you're in Marine City up towards St. Clair, you guys are not in it. Fairhaven, you are technically the border. So it kind of runs from Fairhaven across and any points south. If you're north of that, if you're in anywhere up here in St. Clair County to the north, you guys are good. So again, it's 55 mile per hour winds and potentially pea-sized hail. Again, anywhere where you see these pinks on radar in the base reflectivity radar would be very heavy rain. And if it's high enough in the atmosphere, it would freeze to produce some light hail. So we'll go back to I was going back to the Grand Rapids radar to kind of look at the Kalamazoo cell. Still looks fairly gusty here on the north side of the storm, especially over Oak Park. Again, let us know what you're seeing there. But it's not severe at the current time, which is good. We're going to go ahead and scoot on down to our southern cells here in Cass County. And yeah, gusty winds on the south side, maybe over Niles and Cassopolis right now as well. Not severe. I would even imagine that this storm in Hillsdale is starting to gust out a little bit, although I will check the airport radar just to double check. It's just out of range. Okay. So again, Hillsdale County is kind of in that dead zone for all the radars in the state. The highest beam height, or the lowest beam height here, is about a mile off the ground. From the Detroit radar, at least. If you go back to the Northern Indiana radar, it's about the same. So it's about a mile up. So we can't see anything below a mile up. So if you're in this northern portion of Hillsdale County, let us know what you're seeing. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for the county, in effect until it says it's canceled. Is it dropping soon or no? Oh no, sorry, it's canceled for a branch. That was earlier. This is still in effect until 4:30. So 7 more minutes on this. About moving about 25 to 30 miles per hour off to the east. 258 at 2038. There we go. Honestly, I think the gustiest storm right now appears to be this storm in Battle Creek. Anywhere in the state. I think east side, you guys are chilling out for now in terms of the gusty winds. Obviously, keep an eye on it. There's a lot of storms to track here, so apologies if you guys are getting dizzy. Again, we cover all 83 counties in the state, so we got to keep switching back and forth and looking at all the storms. But that is our policy. Again, we got you covered from the beginning. And if you are new here, welcome to the channel. We've been doing this, the live stream portion of this channel since mid-2023. We've been established since 2022, and we have not missed a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning in the entire state since start of 2024. So again, if you're a Michigander, make sure to hit that follow or the subscribe button, depending on what platform you're watching on. Again, we are live right now on Facebook, YouTube. You can try us out on Twitch TV if you haven't. Again, that is the shortest delay, about 5 seconds. And we are also on X. And again, you can follow us on X as well for automated alerts. So all different platforms with all different pros and cons.
I got a flood advisory coming in now for the Battle Creek area. So that's what we talked about throughout the afternoon. Some ponding of water could be possible in these stronger cells that train over the same areas. And now we have our first flood advisory of the day for downtown Battle Creek.
I don't see it yet.
It just popped in on mine.
You might, as I say, you might have to take your radar.
Just says minor flooding in low-lying areas. That's all it really says. I can take mine here real quick. This green box up here.
Downtown.
Yeah, literally downtown. Tyler says he is heading toward the Milan area. And looks like he is actually... I know exactly where he's at just by looking at his picture. That's crazy. So he's going to go down to the Milan area. And in the meantime, looks like most of these cells actually have kind of, not going to say weakened, but they didn't look as strong as they once did. We're back in a statement ops too. I'm just noticing that too. So no severe warnings in the state currently.
Yeah, I'm going to get a post out about that.
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay. Since your radar is live. Yeah, that warning will be expiring shortly. It's still on our screens. Or still on my screen, but not on yours, so. Hillsdale, you guys are going to be in the clear here in just a second. I would not be surprised if they threw a statement out here soon for that kind of junction between Jackson, Lenawee, and Hillsdale.
Yeah, looking at the
gusty winds kind of popping up there.
Yeah, looking at the airport radar too, looks like there's some 30 to 40 mile per hour winds heading towards Somerset, Liberty area, as well as Addison. A lot of blue boxes out there. Those are all strong storms, but not quite severe storms. Also some cells popping up here in the Ionia and Clinton County areas. Going to be up near St. John's, DeWitt, Fowler, and Maple Rapids areas. So we are kind of relaxing now for a brief second while we have no warnings. But just because there are no warnings, we'll be on here for a little while at least to kind of monitor stuff and see how it trends. It's certainly possible we get more warnings throughout the afternoon and evening.
New statement coming in.
Yeah, it's for me. Lenawee and Monroe counties. It's going to say wind gusts to 50 miles per hour. Is that with the boundary, or is that with storms that are popping on the boundary?
I think there's one boundary there.
It's over my house. I'll be right back. There ain't nothing happening here.
We get the radar update posted.
Let's go further north here for those of you watching, or maybe watching us from northern Michigan or the UP. Up here, pretty much dry, minus a couple light showers across the area. Looks like a new statement coming in for Hillsdale County. We'll get that in just a second. Up here by Alpena, we do have a cell that's popped up south of Hillman. Very localized area of some, perhaps a brief downpour there. And the UP currently is dry. So everything currently in the state is south, along or really south of 96 here, from Grand Rapids to Flint and points southward. New statement coming in for the north and east half of Hillsdale County. It's going to be for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. It's going to move toward Rollin, Somerset, Addison, and Wheatland areas in northeastern Lenawee, and also northwestern Lenawee, northeastern Hillsdale County. Again, we are live. Current time is 4:29, about to be 4:30 p.m. in 4 seconds here on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon. I'm Ryan alongside our meteorologist. Above me is Joel.
Hello.
We are live 24/7, 365 for any and all severe or tornado warnings in the state of Michigan. We also cover Indiana as well. Caleb is the head honcho down there in Indiana. And occasionally you'll see me as well as Joel and as well as Drew popping in for Indiana as well. But together we are a crew here of 7 people with plenty of chasers, at least probably 25 to 30 chasers now between both states. Top right corner, we have one of our chasers, Tyler, currently en route to chase some storms. Give you guys a live look, ground truth as well. I'll go ahead and take my radar back here and talk about what's going on across the south and central part of the state. Really just a lot of heavy rain and some lightning out there. There's really nothing severe right now that I can see on radar. These will contain gusty winds though, as the atmosphere today is favorable for microbursts. Microbursts are basically, just think of a lot of rain falling all at once, and it hits the ground with a lot of force, and that force spreads it and pushes it outwards in all directions. That is a microburst. And when we get those microbursts, we can get gusty winds. That is what's happening today in the heavier thunderstorms. There is really no threat today for tornadoes. We may get a large hailstone or two mixed in with these storms, but main risk and only risk that we're really concerned about is going to be the wind risk today. I will take Tyler live here as well. Full screen. He has looks like a decent view ahead of a storm there. So I'll take him and just kind of leave him up there for a minute. There's not much on radar that I'm seeing to talk about. I'm going to take a peek a little bit more advanced here behind the scenes while Tyler is live here. And if I see anything, I'll pull it back up and talk about it. But for right now, I'll just leave Tyler up here on your screen for a brief moment.
Scene B, or D, Ryan.
Thank you. I'm having a brain fart.
I know you're still getting used to it.
Aaron, there is a page that does go live occasionally for Ohio. It's called Ohio News and Weather. They are not an affiliate of us, but we do direct people their way. They're not our staff, but they are good people down there. They do great work. It's a Facebook page just like ours. They post a lot of good information. Again, that's Ohio News and Weather. Yeah, I'm not really seeing too much catches my eye out there. There's a downburst happening in Canton right now, so perhaps some gusty winds, but that doesn't appear to be severe. Looking in Lansing by the Williamston, Weberville, Fowlerville area as well, perhaps some gusty winds. I think the strongest storm that I'm seeing on radar, there's two of them actually. North of Battle Creek, some gusty winds happening there, but also down here just north of South Bend, Indiana, near Niles. Likely some gustier winds happening at that cell as well. In fact, I'm just now talking about this, and there's a new statement popping up as we speak for that cell.
We do this a lot, Ryan.
We do. We really do. We notice something, and like a minute or two later, or 5 minutes later, it becomes statemented or
Seconds
warned.
later.
Yeah, literally. New statement coming in here for the Niles area: Penn, Dowagiac, Cassopolis, Pokagon, Edwardsburg. Gusty winds here. I'm going to guess probably 50 or so. And yep, there it is, 50 miles per hour and half-inch hail for this storm. I was kind of keying in right here just to the east of the Niles area. New statement coming in, looks like for Detroit downtown. Unless that's an old one coming in. Nope, that's a new one. That's going to be Detroit downtown. We're going to look at 50 mile per hour winds and half-inch hail. So all these statements here really are for 50 mile per hour winds, which is just a step below severe criteria. If we had just a oomph more of wind shear today, we could be looking at a severe weather event here of a lot greater magnitude across the state. But luckily, we lack a lot of wind shear, so it's kind of keeping things nice and subtle today to a pretty limited threat. This storm is heading right for our Dearborn camera. Our Dearborn camera is located, lo and behold, basically right where the R is in Dearborn. So this is going to be heading right for the camera. Let's go ahead and take a peek at that, actually. We have the good old camera system pulled up here from Guardian. Go ahead and pull this up. There it is. Go back one. And you can see the rain shaft there. This is looking to the northwest. It's raining there, but the bulk of it is still off to the west. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this next 15 minutes or so to see how that looks as the storm moves that direction. We have Clayton. Looks like Clayton's live again. We're going to pop Clayton on scene C. We're going to pop Tyler on scene D. We're going to go ahead and roll this. If I can find Clayton. There it is. Okay, this is new software here that we're getting used to, so it's going to take me a second to get acquainted with it. I'm going to go ahead and try Nick again, see if he's connected. Negative. I'm going to go ahead and cycle through some of our guys here, just out of curiosity. Oh, hey look, there's two Joels. Just out of curiosity if anybody else is out there. Looks like we just have the two for right now. And this storm that just got statemented in Wayne County near Dearborn is going to pass very close to our camera here. So we're going to get a good look at that, I assume, in the next 15 or so minutes. Eventually, Joel, this cell in Hillsdale County is going to be moving my way if this holds together.
Nice.
So I may pop out and get a camera ready to go just in case. Actually, looking at the airport radar, looks like 40 to 50 mile per hour winds happening on US 12 near Somerset. Moving in towards Cement City and Addison areas here. US 12 223 corridor in northwestern right away. Huh?
Take your radar back.
Thank you.
There you go.
This pocket here, some brighter greens over Somerset, moving towards Cement City and Addison, northwestern Lenawee County, northeastern Hillsdale. US 12 223 heading toward Onstead eventually. Could be some gustier winds occurring there. And that's pushing directly toward my house. So I'm getting excited now. Hopefully it holds together and makes it over toward me. Wouldn't be shocked, though, if this gets a warning if that continues. Looks like a next scan here kind of increase the velocity just a bit as well. 44, 45. Just a tad bit, maybe. We have some cells popping up here back in Lapeer County, near Capac, Goodland, and Lapeer. These could produce some gusty winds with it as well. Likely a downburst happening near Attica. Almost every storm that pops up today has a little bit of a downburst signature with it.
No tornado threat today. Don't have to worry about that.
It's never zero.
Never zero, but there's basically
There's
no
no
spin
there's
out
no
there.
spin out there. There's no wind shear to organize updrafts to rotate today. So if anything is going to happen tornadic wise, there's got to be a lot of stuff coming together just right to make it happen, and the odds of that happening are just so slim that it's not worth mentioning. I want to take Tyler back alive full screen here.
Okay. Today's severe weather outlook. I know it's kind of getting later in the day, but if you guys are curious, it is up on our page. I don't think it's pinned, but the stream is pinned on Facebook now. I just checked. If you wanted to see our forecast for today, again, it is on Facebook, X as well. It also can be found in chat here. I know one of the mods can link it.
On YouTube it can. If you're on Facebook, we can't link it, unfortunately. But if you're on YouTube, one of our moderators can link it for you.
Yep. It's a low risk today, but it's been quite the day to verify a low risk. Also, welcome David, becoming a member here on MSC YouTube. Thank you for your support.
I believe it is Nora.
Main thing to know about today, for those who are just tuning in, have missed all of our posts leading up to today, are these are basically pulse thunderstorms. Essentially what that means is these storms are going to fire up at random, in random spots, and then also collapse just as fast. So you could have a storm that comes and goes within 30 minutes tops. And with that being said, because there's so much instability out there today, again, that's your storm fuel needed. That fuel will result in a lot of these fast collapsing thunderstorms that results in what we call our downbursts, where the winds shoot straight down and then spread out in every direction from the thunderstorm. And when they shoot down and out very quickly like that, that does result in some severe wind gusts, which the criteria for severe winds is 60 miles per hour. Technically, it's 58, but the National Weather Service rounds up to 60. So we've seen a lot of storms today with special weather statements. So winds up to 50 or 55, but only a couple severe. So far, I think we've had maybe a half dozen severe warnings today so far. So overall, it's been kind of that cusp of borderline strong to severe day out there. And we continue on here. We're pretty much peak daytime heating right now, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
And again, these storms are expected to stick around for probably the next 4 to 6 hours.
Yeah, I know the models this morning have actually indicated storms sticking around through the sunset time frame, perhaps even in the overnight time frame before they weaken around 2 o'clock in the morning. So we might be a little bit of a busier evening this evening. We'll see. But we'll track it regardless. This is what we're here for. Joel and I'll be live as long as it takes to get you guys through the day and into your overnight period safe. I will also say we have a little bit of an increasing velocity there down by the Niles area in southern Cass County. Still looks below severe criteria, but it looks like it's increasing slightly as it moves in toward Cassopolis and Edwardsburg. Thank you, Hendrik, for the gift of membership. Also, Alicia, member for month number 12. So thank you guys for coming back for memberships.
Y'all are awesome. Statement coming in now.
For
Jackson, I believe.
This cell right here. Winds in excess of 40 and pea-sized hail are the main concerns with this new statement. I'm going to take a peek here at this cell pushing my direction and hope it still is maintaining strength. It is right there on the county line of Lenawee, Jackson, and Hillsdale. Wind gusts up to about 40 are being displayed here by the radar. Moving toward Brooklyn, Onstead, and Manchester Township. This is moving a little bit north as well, east and a little bit north. So Onstead, Addison, 223 US 12 corridor there in the Springville area. We'll watch that. And we also have a downburst going on again by the airport radar. So likely some gusty winds happening directly in Sumter Township right now, near Martinsville, West Sumter, Willis, Augusta, Oakville, and Exeter townships. The good news, though, is the radar beam is probably really close to the ground here. It's really close to the ground, so what we're actually seeing on radar here is likely what's occurring at the ground. And right now, it doesn't appear to be overly strong, 20 to 30 miles per hour. Enough to relocate your trash can in your neighbor's yard, but not enough to yeet it into Canada. Going further north here, up toward those cells that were popping up on 96, or 69, should I say. Up there in K-Pac, Goodland, Lapeer areas. Those continue to progress slowly to the east. Luckily, they're staying off the highway, so hydroplaning won't be a huge issue. For the most part, at least. Take a peek back over here in Clinton County. Look at these cells are actually intensifying pretty well here near St. John's and DeWitt. Looks like a nice hail core on it, actually. I'm going to take a peek at this on GR2 and see how high that core is.
While Ryan's doing that, I'm trying to sift through our Michigan weather reports group. If you guys have damage reports, feel free to send them in there. We'll also take like some cloud photos, but not like all. We'll take like ones that are basically like, I don't know, like shelf clouds maybe. But if they are basically cloud photos, try and put those in our Michigan storm community because it's not technically a damage report. But if you do have damage, Michigan weather reports is the group to do it. Otherwise, other community is a Michigan storm community. That way we can kind of separate them from cool-looking clouds from damage, essentially. Also, if you have Discord, alternatively, you can send them into our Discord channel, our Discord server. It's discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. But usually we're looking for, I'm assuming that's what Ryan wants, just like damage reports.
Preferably, yes. I'm actually putting a new prompt up for our moderators on YouTube for the community page. So you guys can link that up here for just a second. I'll get that in for you guys.
Sweet. By the way, I've been looking at that Jackson County, northwestern Lenawee County storm. There's a nice pocket of wind that's kind of just elevated pretty far up from the Grand Rapids radar, at least. Obviously, that's not the closest radar, but shows signs of at least an upper level meso ongoing there, perhaps, as it heads eventually towards Washtenaw County. So that storm's probably going to stay strong for a little while. One of our strongest, still probably left out there. So keep that in mind if you are in the Brooklyn area. Also looking down at that storm still north of South Bend in Cass County. In fact, Brian, I believe we might be getting close. There's a couple pixels here. I don't know. It's kind of...
Yeah, I mentioned that. Here. I mentioned that. Oh, I'm warned now.
Yep. Yeah, so I don't know. It looks like side lobish, kind of contaminated, but we'll keep an eye on it as there's a new warning coming in now for Lenawee.
But I was just mentioning that too as well down by Cassopolis area. That still looks to be intensifying as well. So also Clinton County looks really good too. So we could have some more storms coming in here that could be warned. This warning is going to be for 5:40 until 5:45 p.m. for Lenawee and Washtenaw counties.
I'll get that graphic if you want me to.
Yeah, I'm getting that prompt finalized here, so yeah. I can get the graphic too if you want to take it. Your radar's live right now, so you want to take that real quick.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. I'll go over the details here. You can actually see that pocket. I would not be surprised if Grand Rapids, because this is Grand Rapids jurisdiction right here for those who are wondering again, the National Weather Service divides into what counties they take in the state. So Grand Rapids has jurisdiction over Jackson County, Detroit has jurisdiction over Washtenaw and Lenawee. So it looks like the heaviest of winds right now, at least from the Detroit radar, are entering extreme southeastern Jackson. But nevertheless, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northern Lenawee and southwestern Washtenaw County until 5:45 p.m. At 4:46, the severe thunderstorm was located over Cement City, or 13 miles north of Hudson, and it's moving east at 25 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and radar indicated for this new severe thunderstorm warning. It's currently the only one in the state. It'll be near Onstead around 4:50, and Tecumseh and Clinton around 5:15. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Manitou Beach, Devil's Lake, Macon, Springville, Cambridge Junction, Bridgewater, Ridgeway, Tipton, and Pleasant Lake. So again, that is a new severe thunderstorm warning for this orange box you see on your screen here. This is going to be southwestern Washtenaw and northern Lenawee County until 5:45 p.m. Eastern. 60-mile-per-hour winds, less than penny-sized hail. And again, any of those alerts that you see get issued today are going to always be scrolling on the bottom of your screen down there on our ticker. So right now on radar is base velocity. So again, it's your measurement of the winds. We're looking at these bright greens right here on the Lenawee County, Jackson County line. Again, those where there's greens turn into blues, it's very, very bright green. Those are values right around severe limits, so about 55 to 60 miles per hour right there. Again, got to take it with a grain of salt, though. Again, the beam height at this height is 4,400 feet off the ground, so we don't know what's happening below that height because the lowest beam scan, as the Earth curves out and the beam gets higher in height, it goes basically kind of through the storm, but not grabs what's happening at the lower levels. New scan shifts some of those heavier winds back into Lenawee County here, right on Brooklyn Highway, where Brooklyn Highway meets US 12. Tempted to say that the next warning that happens is going to be on you. If there's another one. But I got you. Correct. For those, again, we always mention it here because obviously we always have new people joining the channel. So welcome for those who are new and maybe just finding us for the first time today. So there's a lot of kind of inside jokes, things that we run with here, as we've been doing over the last couple of years here at MSC. One of them is usually when one of our staff members goes to get food, a warning pops up. I wouldn't count this because I think this warning is happening after you've already, or before you're starting to eat. So
I've had food sit next to me for 15 minutes.
Okay, well then never mind. It was on Ryan. So that is kind of one of our inside jokes. Another one is I usually dance when we hit a 5,000 subscriber milestone on YouTube. I still owe one dance. I don't know if I'll do it today. Maybe I will at the end of the stream. We'll see. But the next milestone on YouTube is going to be 60K. So if you want to subscribe on YouTube, get us there. That's another inside joke that we do. Still gusty winds moving through Bellevue right now, heading up towards Olivet. Not special weather stated, but again, if you're in southern Eaton County, I would not be surprised if it gets gusty at your location. Again, this is still showing signs of trying to gust out a little bit. It's a very nice potent storm. We're also watching Clinton County, as Ryan previously mentioned as well. Kind of looks messy. It's in between radars a little bit, but we'll keep an eye on it. CC, just to see if there's any hail. Maybe some pea size there in that storm, but otherwise it's going to be mainly a damaging wind threat. So switching back to the Detroit radar here real quick. We have Clayton out there and Tyler out there right now on the top right of your screen. Out there chasing this evening. Appreciate their live views. Got the severe thunderstorm warning rolling through northwestern Lenawee County, eventually into Washtenaw. So right now, if you're in southwestern Washtenaw, it's probably sunny outside, honestly. But please take that orange box seriously. Make sure you are sheltering indoors, away from any walls with trees that might fall into them, just in case the downburst does occur. Again, a day like today, these downbursts can make winds come out and go out in any direction. So any exterior wall in your house today, with a tree next to it, could be prone to, a tree falling into it. So keep that in mind. Again, that is the main storm mode today. The radar on your screen is an application called GR2, so Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst, specifically version 3, is available on your PC. You can get it for a couple $100. It's a one-time payment as well, so once you pay it, you have it for life, essentially. Ryan, when Ryan pulls up his radar, it is Radar Omega. There you go. So our special weather statement boxes are a little bit different because of the software. Again, I can't change the color of my boxes, so they're always going to be tan. That's kind of the default that the National Weather Service runs through. But on Brian's, his are blue. So that's your special weather statements you see in blue there. And on my screen, they are tan. Anywhere you see an orange box, obviously, that's universal. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. I will go ahead and unpause the loop here. You can see we're seeing this kind of congeal into one semi-broken line here across the state. They're obviously all separate storms, but the way it's setting up, we kind of have this one line all the way from Cass through Kalamazoo, across the 96 corridor from Marshall up to Lansing. And the northern extent is this very potent storm that's kind of formed on one of the outflow boundaries from earlier here in central Clinton County, just south of St. John's and Ovid. And this is heading in towards Langsburg and southern Shiawassee County here. Eventually probably close to Perry and especially Owasso. It's kind of a splitting right in between. Okay. Something cool? Well. Gotcha. Very interesting. Yeah, that's I see that.
Trying to get a location on it.
So looking again once more here at radar, you can see one big line from Cass up to Clinton counties, and then these kind of rogue storms on a separate boundary here from Lenawee County over towards Monroe and southern Wayne County. There's also some light to moderate showers moving through Detroit right now. Those are special weather statemented for 50-mile-per-hour winds, although at this current time, I'm not really seeing much in terms of the wind. I think that's just normal showers and storms at the current time. The statement is in effect until 5:30, I believe. Pretty long statement. Normal rain showers moving through Livingston and Oakland County right now as well. Some thunderstorms moving through central and northern St. Clair. But otherwise, again, the only warning right now for southwestern Washtenaw and northern Lenawee is all that we're kind of focusing on, other than we're just going to keep an eye on the rest of the action up and down this line.
Watch out for that cell moving in toward Shiawassee County as well, between DeWitt and St. John's. I've been watching this one for the greater half of 30 minutes. It's still very healthy looking.
I'm going to just refresh my source real quick and keep my screen up. Notice there's a little bit of a delay.
Only warning in effect currently across South Michigan is for Lenawee, northern Lenawee to be exact, as well as the southwest corner of Washtenaw County. The cell here producing wind gusts of likely 60 miles per hour directly over US 12 near Springville, Oakshade Park, south of Brooklyn. Basically riding the Lenawee and Washtenaw, as well as Jackson County line. I'm surprised they didn't issue a warning for the southeast part of Jackson, down there by Brooklyn. This is heading toward Clinton, Manchester Township, and perhaps even my house, very close here toward the Macon area.
I mispronounced that.
You also mispronounced Manitow Beach. I'm a local here. It's hard for me to keep my mouth shut, but
I know.
yeah, Macon and Manitow Beach. And Tecumseh, you got right. It's Tecumseh.
Yeah. I see the latest comment from Jenna on YouTube. If you accidentally type in all caps, the bot will automatically mute you.
Appreciate you, Jenna. Appreciate you, but yeah, the caps are a no-go here.
Yeah.
It's nothing personal, so don't take it personal. It's just a housekeeping thing.
Yeah.
The wind gusts here on the airport radar continue to be very strong in nature. I'm getting likely 50-ish mile per hour winds. Cambridge Junction, right there by MIS, right where the historical site is. This is actually my backyard, essentially, so I know exactly where this is, where it's over. Heading right down toward the Sand Lake area, as well as Wampler's Lake. Anybody out there on the camping or on the beach there in Wampler's Lake? Looks like Clayton has a nice view of a storm. Let's go ahead and take him full, if I can get him pulled up here.
He is... Oh, you got it.
Again, I know exactly where he's at, I feel like.
Scene 13, but you got it.
I thought he had a shelf cloud there. What looked to be a shelf cloud.
We'll have Annie coming in soon as well.
Yeah, I saw that. I've been checking on her just to make sure she's not popping in yet, which she isn't. Let's check on Nick, and Chandler's coming out here too, so we're going to have a couple chasers out here. Let's check on Nick again. Nope. Let's check on Chandler. Not yet.
A lot of different reports coming in today. Thank you guys for using that chat. Of course, understanding. I'll make sure you put those cloud photos in the storm community and any damage reports in Michigan weather reports. So I'm still trying to filter through some here.
I will also say, taking back my radar here, I'm going to throw Clayton back up on the top right of your screen. Taking back my radar, this is going to be an interesting little area down by the Indiana border near Elkhart. This is going to be, it appears to be some gustier winds occurring here along 80-90 south of Edwardsburg near the Simonton Lake area. Doesn't look severe, but it does look pretty gusty. There's no statement in effect. We'll be curious to see if they issue one here for Cass, perhaps Elkhart County, Indiana. Yeah, Jill, I'm basically your neighbor, so I'm very close to you. Really dark here in Owasso. That is not surprising. You had a storm moving your way there in the Shiawassee County area. Gusty winds are possible. Statement in effect there for 55 mile per hour winds, so just below severe criteria. I would not be shocked if this goes warned, honestly, for the wind. Good core on it as well. Like, this is a pretty healthy looking storm. Doesn't appear to be windy though on radar, but again, radar beams at this height are about 5,000 feet up, so we're not going to see everything that's happening below that 5,000 foot mark. Taking a peek down here, back in Lenawee and Washtenaw counties. Gusty winds continue to ride the Lenawee-Jackson County line. About to start riding the Washtenaw County line here in just a second. Again, moving over the Sand Lake area here momentarily. Yeah, there's a lot of storm field out there, but there's not a lot of wind shear. So these aren't becoming overly organized. It's just a lot of water and a lot of moisture out there to really get downbursts to occur, and that's what's causing our severe winds right now. We got Chandler.
Sorry.
We got Chandler live with us now. Looks like he's leaving the HQ there. Whoa. I think chat just glitched out. What just happened?
I think our mod just. I think it was just.
What just happened?
Did it glitch out? On Facebook there? That's crazy.
Yes. I think it glitched out on our end.
This is why YouTube's better. If you aren't watching on YouTube, it's the number one place to be. Again, very, very nice community over here on YouTube. A lot more moderation options as well. A lot more things to participate in. On top of that, we do give away memberships every once in a while. So if you're a subscriber, it's free to do. I think we've used ours for our month though.
Yeah, unfortunately, YouTube does give us the option to gift memberships out, but only 10 per month. Oh, look at what Chandler's got here on his stream.
I take that.
Yep, I got it.
That would be that's the cast storm, I believe, right?
Where?
Chandler's gonna be.
Is he going to be a separate section? There it is.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Beautiful shelf. Hadley. It was a copy and paste. She said. Setting some ground rules. Shout out Hadley. The mods are always watching. Shout out to our mods, of course, as always, for hopping in here and helping out today. You guys are very much appreciated. Look at the right side of that shelf. That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be in the St. Joseph Branch County area. Sorry, St. Joseph. Think like Three Rivers area. Oh, wow.
I can get a screenshot and post it on the page if you want me to.
Go for it.
Cool.
So, Stephanie, a shelf cloud essentially is just moisture getting pushed out from the storm. It condenses into a cloud, and it kind of forms like an arc, so to speak. It's basically just cool air coming out from the storm that gets lifted up, and it condenses into a cloud. They're harmless, but they can indicate gusty winds at some points. Not all the time, But when you see a shelf cloud, it usually means that there's a lot of turbulence and a lot of wind up in the mid levels of the atmosphere. New severe warning for Shiawassee County. That is actually not a surprise at all. Let's go ahead and pop Chandler back up in the top right as he gets in the better position for this shelf cloud. I'm going to take back my radar screen here, and let's go ahead and travel up towards Shiawassee County. We talked about how this cell looks pretty good on radar, just not really seeing much below that 5,000 foot mark. Well, we just had a new warning for Owasso, as well as Bennington, Vernon, Corunna, Durand, Perry, Lennon, New Haven, and New Lothrop. 60 mile per hour winds is your hazard. And per radar, we can't really see much anything happening here because we're so, 5,000 feet up there. On days like today, what's happening is going to be like 1,000 feet and below. So we're not going to really see or get a good indicator until we get closer to the Detroit radar here. But regardless, likely gusty winds occurring, likely severe winds occurring here directly over the Ovid, Bennington, and Langsburg area. The warning is going to be in effect until 6:15 p.m., so an hour and 7 minutes. So a nice long warning there. Going back to the other warning that's in effect here for Lenawee, Washtenaw, taking a peek here. It looks like the storm is actually kind of falling apart just a bit. But still, gusty winds continue directly over Manchester Township down towards Sand Lake area. 30 to 40 mile per hour winds showing up on the airport radar here. Let's go ahead and try Annie's camera here. See if she's live with us. And she is not.
Chandler says he's going to have a better shelf shot here soon.
Okay. And again, Chandler is going to be on this outflow boundary here from Three Rivers to Middleville. He's like right here somewhere, going toward the west here. So he has a good view of there. Also want to take note, additional storms are popping up over Portage, Almena, and Paw Paw, as well as Alamo areas. So again, aggravating some potential flooding concerns for that Kalamazoo metro area. And that is a beautiful view from Chandler. I'm going to take back his scene. If I can find it right there. There we go. He's going to be underneath the shelf cloud right now.
Wow.
What's up, Sarah? How you doing? This is going to be, again, Constantine area, St. Joseph County. Had a transformer go out behind us. Our power went out for a minute, but then came back on. Supposed to get more rainstorms right about now. It's going to be off and on rain and storms all evening here. I want to take note real quickly here. We are up to 41,000 people out of power. Hillsdale County has a large chunk out, about 2,000 people. Doesn't sound like a lot, but Hillsdale County is very rural in nature, so there's not a lot of population centers there. So it looks like Lenawee also has about 1,000 people out. Calhoun has about 3,000. Oakland County is, as well as Wayne County, Macomb County, all within 10, 15 to 20,000 people out per county. So a lot of outages coming in from earlier storms with a lot of gusty winds here.
I'm going to quickly chime in. For those who are wondering about Futurecast, tonight the storms are, again, projected to be anywhere and everywhere, kind of at the same time. You could basically, if you're along, we'll say like the M46 corridor, since these storms have drifted a little bit further north, as we see right now in Shiawassee County. But if you are south of 46 tonight, M46, which is basically across from like, I think it's Stanton over to St. John, or sorry, Stanton to, sorry, I'm getting locations here. So Rockford, Greenville, Carson City, Perrington, Ashley, Chesaning, over towards North Branch, Brown City, all the way over to Crosswell. Anywhere south of that line, you guys are at the mercy of these pop-up storms. We call them pulse thunderstorms that can be severe through the end of today. So it's about through midnight tonight. We could see severe kind of anywhere in the state. Again, future radar is not going to do us a whole lot of good because, again, outflow boundaries are very unpredictable. They can shoot off in any direction, and their strength can kind of fluctuate as well. So again, just be prepared over the next 6-ish hours at the very least for severe weather if you are south of that M46 line. If you know where M46 is, again, I just mentioned it. It's basically through Montcalm, Gratiot, Saginaw, Tuscola, Sanilac County, and points west. You can also obviously check it out on Google Maps if you want to check for a visual reference.
A lot of scud there on Chandler's stream here.
Absolutely.
Pretty cool. We have Annie with us now as well. So we have 4 chasers out there in the field. We got Annie, got Clayton, Tyler, and on your screen is currently Chandler. I can't help but notice, though, that this severe storm over Owasso currently is heading right for our Burton camera. Again, Burton camera has come in handy a lot this year, and it may come in handy again here in about an hour or so.
Yeah.
Chandler is going to be near Constantine, St. Joseph County, Southwest Michigan. New statement coming in here for northern Kalamazoo as well as extreme northeastern Van Buren counties. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour are possible as these storms move to the east and north. I'll go ahead and take back the radar here. I'll throw Chandler back up there in the top corner here. Give me a second to pop him back on. There we go. All right, blue box is your newly issued statement. Currently, storms over Almena, Portage, heading in toward Kalamazoo, Alamo, and eventually Galesburg, Augusta, and Richland, as well as climax areas. It's going to be for winds up to 50 miles per hour. And also, I'd highly be concerned here for potential for some flooding across the Kalamazoo and Portage area there in the populated centers of the city. So be prepared for that as well. We also have, not our camera, but the camera on top of the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety facing north here, so likely going to have some wind gust measurements as well as some views here in Kalamazoo. We also may have a Kalamazoo camera coming soon, so stay tuned if that comes through to fruition. We're excited for that. This storm has actually popped up very, very quickly here, from nothing to a big blob of rain over Almena in 3 scans. That just goes to show you how juiced the environment is today. But we say juice because there's a lot of juice out there for storms to fire up, but there's not a lot out there to sustain these storms. They're pulse. They go up, they go down very, very, very fast. But at the peak, they can produce gusty winds of 60 miles per hour, in some cases greater than that. 3 warnings technically. Not 2, but 3 counties. One up here for Owasso, Shiawassee County. Damaging wind up to 60 miles per hour possible with that storm. And then down here in Lenawee and Washtenaw counties, northern Lenawee, southern Washtenaw, this looks like a rain shower at this point, actually. This is weakened significantly, but still some gusty winds heading in toward Clinton and Manchester areas, eventually Macon and Benton areas. This is going to be for 60 mile per hour winds, and there's no hail threat with that as well.
Viewer reporting a wall cloud now on that Owasso storm, just a heads up.
Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Now, velocity, it's hard to tell again. We're about 3,000 feet in the atmosphere here.
Right, it could be non-rotating.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. But right now, it's just, we don't have a good look at it, essentially.
Yeah, I have a picture in our comments of a view on that storm.
Copy that.
It's on our Shiawassee County for thunderstorm warning post.
I will take a look.
So shout out specifically to Elizabeth there in our comments. Again, we are on Facebook, for those who don't know. Michigan Storm Chasers, feel free to follow along. Alternatively, if you're watching on Facebook, again, we are live on YouTube today. Michigan Storm Chasers, you just search in MI Storm Chasers, or basically on any platform on that. Ryan, there is a little bit of a left split going on right now with this storm. left split is when basically a cell kind of divides into two. The main storm goes in one direction, and then it kind of pulses off this other storm. It's actually producing its own downburst as well right now. And this is heading directly northeast towards Oakley and perhaps Chesaning, but it's going to be kind of between Oakley and New Lothrop at the current time. So we got plenty of chasers out there today, and we're obviously watching these storms roll across the Lower Peninsula, tracking all the locations where you see all these downbursts ongoing. So busy out there, busy day out there. If you're just tuning in, hit that like button, and we got you guys covered from beginning to end. Let's zoom out and take it full here. You can see all the storms across the state. Warning canceled.
Lenawee and Washtenaw.
Washtenaw, Lenawee, yeah.
Not surprised. We just talked about that kind of weakening out just a bit there. It was a big old blob of rain, and now it's looking like just some showers there moving through Washtenaw and north Lenawee. So good news there. I'd be concerned for what's happening back in Kalamazoo County, though. That storm intensified very, very quickly. That's going to move in toward Kalamazoo downtown in a few minutes.
Yeah, more rain, too, just to add to the ongoing flooding there.
Yeah. That's the biggest concern there. Let me get a post out here on the page.
Yep. I believe there might be a hail core trying to form as well. Oh yeah, with that north split specifically, so that north split has decided to tap into some of its cooler air up there, and we could see some hail falling out very soon, perhaps heading up towards Oakley. So this would be on M52, pretty much. Let's see here, switch over to CC, which is a correlation coefficient. That core appears to be right in this area right now, so you can see where the pinks turn into more of a orangish, greenish, yellowish mix here. It's kind of very vague, but this is heading. Oh, there's a little tiny town there, Ryan. I'm trying to figure out what that would be.
Oh, where you at? Just south of Oakley?
Yep. Is that New Haven?
Yes, New Haven and 5 points north as well as Henderson, all within that vicinity.
Yeah, so that's where that hail core is going to be, for those who are wondering. Eventually heading up towards Oakley. It'd be very, very quick. Kind of what we've seen over the last couple days, actually, Ryan, when the hail falls out in like 5 or 10 minutes' time. So M52 corridor from New Haven to the Oakley area.
Also, some cells popping up back in Ionia County, just north of our Ionia camera. Keep an eye on that as well. I will say, it looks like the lake breeze from Lake Michigan may be firing off storms along US 131 here. It looks like I got some cells popping up now in Barry County. Got to watch those as well. Perhaps a lake breeze firing off some storms there. Annie has a good shot, looks like, on perhaps a leading edge of the incoming system there in Washtenaw County. Let's go ahead and take her full.
15.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Looks like a elevated shelf cloud up in there. Wow, that corn got really tall in a matter of a few days. Wow.
Yeah. Chandler also appears to be underneath the shelf still, kind of in that whale's mouth area. I'll get some water. I'll be right back.
Nobody asked Joel questions while he's gone. Yeah, the only flood advisory in effect in the state currently is for Battle Creek, Calhoun County. This is going to be southern Washtenaw County. Think like Saline, Milan area. Chandler, I can't help but notice we have also Mike Laszlo joining us now with Chase. We got 5 active chasers out there.
Put him on 4. Or whoever you want in 4. Scroll down.
Gotcha. Let's go ahead and leave it like that then. Take back my green screen. Not green screen, my full screen there.
Yeah. Put Mike up. Oh, you already did. Never mind.
We are full of chasers today.
Also, for anyone boating on Lake St. Clair, special marine warning just issued for Lake St. Clair, southern portion. I believe it's going to be coming in here in just a second, or the western portion, I should say.
Yeah,
again, it's going to be for gusty winds.
Wind gusts of 34 knots or greater and small hail. Now that cell passed right by our Dearborn camera, and we didn't even get a good look at that. Forgot about that.
It was kind of hiding. It doesn't look... I can kind of see on the right edge of the Dearborn cam. It kind of looks like a normal thunderstorm.
New severe coming in for Kalamazoo downtown.
Okay, I'll get the graphic on that.
Okay, there's your view in Kalamazoo downtown, facing to the north, via the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety. A new special weather statement coming in as well now for the Flint
55.
area. That's heading again right for the Burton camera. So we have a lot of cameras out there and got a lot of chasers today. Got a lot of coverage. Wind gust 55 pea-size hail for the western part of Genesee County, including downtown Flint. Got a cell popping up just north of the Ionia camera here on the Ionia County line, as well as Montcalm County. Also up here in Clinton County, got a nice cell popping up there. We have a lot of stuff going on here across the state today. But this warning is going to be for Kalamazoo, Galesburg, and Alamo areas, as well as Parchment and Richland. 60 mile per hour winds is your only hazard. There is no rotation, and there is really no hail risk with this storm currently. That could change, though. Hail could be a little bit of a risk with this storm. As I'm looking at the updraft of it, it looks pretty healthy. So perhaps some pennies or perhaps nickels falling within the storm. But for the most part, this should just be a risk. And I am really out here, Joel. My internet, or I don't know if software's glitching out or what's going on, but I'm losing a lot of activity on my mouse.
I see that. It's probably all the feeds you're trying to get in here, Ryan.
There we go. We back now?
I'm here. I was just cutting all my sources.
Interesting.
It looks good. Your face
Yeah,
is still frozen. It looks like you're...
Yeah,
it looks like you're...
My computer is frozen, though, so I can't do anything right now.
I think you're... It looks like I'm coming through pretty fine, but...
Everything is working, but except my browser tabs. I can't do a single thing to my camera.
Are you able to? Oh wait, never mind. Hold on.
I'm gonna have to force close stuff here.
We added so many sources. Ryan's computer is like, yeah, I'm gonna.
Let me try and shut. I'm probably gonna lose my my visual here just a second. I'm gonna shut down my tabs here. So give me a second here. You're gonna lose me.
As long as you guys can still hear us.
If you want to take charge, I'm gonna switch you over to your screen and let you handle it.
Yep.
For a minute, I'm gonna start playing around with my stuff here.
So that left split is now in Oakley. Probably gusting to probably special weather statement type winds there. We also have that new cell forming in Ashley, so these storms could come together. Pose maybe a little bit of a flooding slash a gusty wind threat for the M46 corridor here from Ashley down to Chesaning. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for Shiawassee County until 6:15 p.m. So you still got another 45 minutes on it. Again, gusty winds are the main concern here. It looks like the strongest of the gusts right now are on Grand River Road heading towards Bancroft. Move down to our newer warning here in Kalamazoo. We got to switch it over to our Grand Rapids radar here real quick. This warning in Kalamazoo County in effect until 6:15 as well. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. Locations impacted include Kalamazoo, Portage, Galesburg, Parchment, Richland, Gull Lake, Comstock Northwest and Comstock, Westwood, Oshtemo, Alamo, and Cooper. For your protection, move to the lowest room or interior room on the lowest floor of the building. And gusty winds are the main concern. On days like today, with outflow boundaries, microbursts ongoing, winds can come from any direction. So if you're near any exterior walls with tree next to them, please be mindful of that hazard. Ryan, you're moving now. You're no longer looking sleepy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I think my internet is a problem. I tried to do a speed test real quick and it was definitely not as high as it should be. Might have been like a lag there.
Are you going to post Chandler's pictures that he's been sending in?
I can do that.
He's taking some shelfies out there. For those who don't know, taking a selfie in front of a shelf cloud.
I can do that here if you want to take the lead here for 5 or 10.
Yep, I still have the radar up. So.
Yep, keep a close eye on the Burton camera too. I'm getting the leading edge of that storm on the right side of the screen. So.
Yeah, let me drag that over. Watching a bunch of different cams here.
Nice hefty cell popping up over South Monroe as well right now. So perhaps some development going to happen here in Monroe and Lenawee County still with that boundary in close proximity.
Check that out. Just starting to fire up. Good average life cycle on these storms about 30 to 45 minutes, especially for like the tiny small pulse storms. Some of these are obviously going to go for more like an hour, hour and a half. Again, the main hazard again today is going to be damaging winds, and these storms don't really have a timing to them. They can just really fire up anywhere and everywhere, I should say, across southern Michigan, primarily south of M46. Although we're starting to see a couple storms try to cross M46 now here, especially in Saginaw County, getting kind of close to Saginaw itself. So keep an eye on that. But severe weather really not expected north of M46. Again, only warnings out there right now, Kalamazoo County and Shiawassee County here on this low-risk day. And for those in Flint, you have a new special weather statement that came in about a couple minutes ago now. With the storm moving east at 20 miles per hour, it's 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts and pea-sized hail. Again, it's only western Genesee County minus the boot down there. You can see on your screen that tan box is your special weather statement, and the orange box is your severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much all of central Shiawassee County.
I can't help but notice.
Yes.
Tyler is gonna pass my house. I can't help but notice that. He's on my road.
Nice. Don't you just love when you can recognize that? I'm sure it's not the first time it's happened here. I'm sure you guys, for those who are watching, our viewers, if you've seen your own house out there or a road near your own house, it wouldn't be surprising. Again, we have chasers, especially spread out all across southern Michigan, central Michigan. And we are looking for northern Michigan chasers too. So we chase mainly right now southern and central, and obviously our live streams cover all of the counties in Michigan, all 83. So we do go severe or go live for severe weather in the Upper Peninsula like we did this weekend when we had that 11-hour stream. Drew and I on the desk for that one. That was quite the all-nighter. So this isn't anything new. We do this all the time here at MSC. So if you are a Michigander and haven't followed along yet, join us today. We always also have a bunch of links going across the top of the screen up here, ways you can support us, stuff like that. If you ever thought about getting weather merch or MSC merch, our merch store is helicity.co. We don't plug it too often. I kind of forget about it a little bit, honestly. But it is there if you guys want some MSC merch. I think, Ryan, are you wearing your shirt today?
Actually, I am, and I want to show it off because it is our limited edition shirt. Before I do that, I got to get my screen back sharing, so I'm not doing that right now.
Go for it.
I'm watching the...
Gusty winds also, by the way, for storm update for Kalamazoo County, Parchment to Richland. Gusty winds now through there, crossing over Riverview Drive.
Also, Kalamazoo camera is now live on screen there, facing to the north. We'll keep an eye on that through the storm here. But yes, speaking of merchandise, we do have our limited edition summer logo out there. It is a red, white, and blue. And they are available until July 4th on our website. So if you guys want our logo in the limited edition form, feel free to hop over there and order yourself one. I'll put a link in the chat here to our website. You click this link, and you find the Michigan Storm Chasers tab, and it'll take you right to t-shirts, mugs, hoodies, you name it, it's on there. There you go. Yes, it is likely going to have severe weather tomorrow as well for South Michigan. There is definitely a risk for that across the 94 corridor especially. Damaging winds are the main threat, likely similar to today.
I'm switching my source here real quick.
Okay.
It's... Never mind. It's not letting me. Oh, well, I guess it will. There we go. I have the Burton Cam now up on my screen share.
Okay. Whoops.
For Grand Rapids,
sorry.
I will say this, Ryan. There is a backwards propagating boundary. I think you mentioned this previously, but it is heading up 131 and across 96.
New severe warning coming in.
New warning comes in there. We could see storms pop up in the Grand Rapids area. Severe, questionable, but we'll keep an eye on the Grand Rapids area right now. Again, most of these storms are going to be southeast Michigan today and eastern Michigan. So there's your new warning popping in on the screen for
Genesee, Saginaw, and Shiawassee counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Only hazard there. Chesaning, Brant, Taymouth, Mount Morris, Flint, Flushing, Swartz Creek, New Lothrop, as well as Clio. Or is
Ryan,
it
you're glitching again. Or you were. But yeah, we can hear you. It's just like your video feed's a little choppy.
How about I just shut myself off then?
So in effect till 6:30, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as Ryan mentioned. New Lothrop by 5:40, Montrose by 6, Flushing by 6:05. Other locations impacted include Brant, Fenmore, Burt, Foster's, Layton Corners, and Rankin. That's the screen for you, Ryan. That is the storm moving into view right now.
Okay.
Very, very nice cloud base there on the right side of the screen if you want to take my cam back.
I'll do that. I'm going to X out of our video and just run host capture and see if that helps. I think the issue is actually on video on my part.
It's interesting that New Lothrop is pronounced that way because the dialect from where I grew up, everyone pronounced it New Lothrop.
I've always called it Lothrop.
Yeah, like that's interesting. I know Clio is is spelled like EYE, so I don't know if Ryan mispronounced that, but
Clio.
yeah,
Clio,
It's like-
Clio.
it's Clio.
Got some really hefty winds happening in the Kalamazoo area. Hefty rain, hefty winds there as well. For the most part, though, it looks like the bulk of the gustier winds is going to be on the outer skirts of town, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue for downtown Kazoo. But outer skirts like Alamo, Plainwell, and Galesburg will be getting some good winds with this particular storm, especially up by the Plainwell and Richland areas. That's where the gustiest winds are on radar. Also, nice little pocket, not really a Michigan thing, but a nice little pocket of gusty winds south of Elkhart here, moving up toward the Goshen and Middlebury areas. This is along a boundary that is extended up into Michigan. I was kind of looking at this from right about Nottawa down here towards Sturgis, LaGrange, Benton, Napanee, and Plymouth. Could see some additional storms fire up on this boundary or close to it. And this one actually is pretty strong there. Anybody living across the border in northern Indiana, or perhaps friends and family in the Elkhart County, Goshen area, ahead of the cell. Gusty winds definitely occurring with this. That warning continues for Kalamazoo County. In fact, it looks like it's lightning up there in downtown Kalamazoo. So that's great news. The peak wind gust with this weather station, if I can find it, 32 miles per hour, looks like.
Did we get the new statement for the cell moving towards Carson City? Yeah.
Yes, this one.
Yep.
It's going to be for
I just saw it pop up.
50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail for a cell located just south of Carson City, moving to the east towards Parrenton, Maple Rapids, and the Ashley North Star area.
That's. I can't see it yet. Still way south of me. Really starting to block out the sun here in Burton.
Yeah, see that.
You can also see how icy it is up there. I know the chaser cams at the top of the screen are blocking a little bit, but you can see in the top left, very icy out there today. A lot of upper level humidity. Sustained updrafts, a lot of hail being able to be produced. So,
If we pause Mike's stream there for a second, you can kind of, I guess not really a better look, but you can kind of see a little bit more wispiness in the clouds.
on the right side of your screen, that is what we call anvil cloud. The thunderstorm basically hits the top of the tropopause and all that air. It's a stable layer essentially, and it spreads out kind of ahead of the storm. So again, it hits that layer in the atmosphere, spreads outwards, kind of like how we have a low-level capping inversion. Sometimes there's a cap at the top of the tropopause. That's where the cloud, the updraft stops, and then spreads out in all that direction. So it's usually a sign of a very potent storm because only the strongest of storms get up to that 40,000, 50,000 limit out there.
The camera is located in Burton at the Guardian office on Belsay Road. Yeah, actually, just got a text from Chandler that said, "It's hard to believe 76 degrees feels cold, but here we are." And I see a comment here in chat saying it feels cold outside, and that is definitely the case. And I also want to take note. I know we touched on it briefly. It's not really Michigan's problem, but that cell for down here by Elkhart actually just went warned for damaging winds there. So I want to mention that as well. It's possible we get development up there along like Middlebury to Three Rivers again with this boundary, but we'll have to see how that plays out. But again, if you just know anybody from this area, or if you're watching from this area, that'd be for the Goshen area. Looks like the cell up here just north of Kalamazoo is getting a little gustier here along M89 between Plainwell and Richland.
Moving north?
Yeah, just a little bit there. Moving a little bit to the north and a little bit to the east there. Southern Berry County would be on alert for that. Doesn't look overly concerning, but again, the radar beam is definitely not close to the ground, so it could be really gusty underneath there. Richland to Plainwell areas, especially Richland Junction, Turner's Corner, Hickory Corners, and Cressy. That's going to be near you guys very soon. Also want to take a note that the flood advisory for Battle Creek continues. Another hour and a half there. And the cell is also pushing your way, so some re-aggravation of this rainfall potential for Battle Creek.
Ryan, feel free to throw my camera on the bottom if you want. If you want to keep the radar going, put me in the bottom. Put me on 4. That way you can still see that storm moving in. Why is that? Oh, that's because you got to go to the studio mode and take off your host. Does that make sense?
It does not make sense.
Studio mode, scroll down to my corner split. Then turn off your host.
Ah.
Oh, I just saw it. Oh. There it is. There you go. That should be fixed when you turn it on.
There we go.
Perfect. Yeah, Ryan is here. We had a little bit of glitching going on, so he's hiding behind the scenes right now.
I can try to bring myself back in, but if I glitch out, I'm pretty sure we figured out the problem.
Heaviest of the rain now for the severe thunderstorm warning in Kalamazoo is pretty much off to the north, as well as the winds. Again, as Ryan mentioned, that primary focal point for the gusts are trying to dip into extreme southern Berry County right now. Kind of flowing off that outflow boundary you can see there in Allegan County, which actually shows up really nice there on your velocity, yeah. So if you're in Allegan over towards Lee there, I would expect that you guys are probably going to get gusty. There's going to be no storms around, but the outflow boundary does mix to the ground. Also, our mode of lift for any further storm development back off to the west. So we could see more severe, or not severe, but strong storms pop up into the Grand Rapids area as we get into the later evening hours. Looks like it to me. Brian, behind the scenes here, got a non-rotating wall cloud in Fowler. very high based as well. But that would be that new cell with the special weather statement up there north of Lansing. So I believe that would be, yeah, the Powamo cell. One of them. One of those two.
Probably this one, I have to guess.
Yeah.
These warnings continue for the West Flint area as well as Owasso, Flushing, and Chesaning. 60-mile-per-hour winds are the hazard with any of these storms producing wet microbursts. I'm glitching out again, aren't I?
Are you?
I believe I am.
I can't tell. Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, lagging again. It's got to be video.
Yeah. For those who are just tuning in and you guys have damage out there, I will reiterate, we do have a group on Facebook. Obviously, our main page is Michigan Storm Chasers, but we also run community pages. One's for kind of fair weather stuff, so cool clouds, storm clouds, stuff like that. Obviously, if it's like a tornado, then you'll send it in the damage reports. But the damage report group chat is for all of your damage stuff that you find, whether it's hail, hail that's fallen, trees that have been snapped, structural damage, you name it. Feel free to put it in Michigan Weather Reports. Just search it on Facebook, and that is the place to put it. Again, we also have Discord. Discord server there is discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers in case you want to also submit through there. And yeah. I think you can also submit through a messenger, right, Ryan?
Yes, Messenger is definitely actually preferred. You can do anything you want, though, but messages are great. Chandler as well as Andrew, they are in the inbox every event we have, monitoring it, so that's the best way to get a hold of us if you need to get a hold of us. But, of course, those groups are also there for you to utilize as well.
Yeah. Try to, keep the questions to a minimum there. Again, we're not going to be answering weather-related questions, but if you do have damage to send in, feel free to send it through Messenger. Yes, this is live right now. Again, the current time is shown on the bottom of your screen. It is there. It is 5:50 p.m. for 5:51 now. Ryan, you are glitching. You might have to take your camera off. There you go. But yeah, everything live is always going to be at the bottom of the screen. That bottom bar there, current date, current time, is 5:51. If you are within 30 seconds of that, you guys are good. If you're a little bit later than that, make sure to refresh the feed. If you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, it's about a 15 to 30 second delay. If you're watching on Twitch, however, feel free to try out Twitch TV, username MI Storm Chasers. It's about a 3 to 5 second delay, actually. Yes, as our mods say, do not ask about your location, whether that's in here or in our messenger. Again, we're covering all of the severe storms out there as they come across. It looks like our warning for Kalamazoo is still going. I feel like it keeps getting smaller and smaller, though. It's still in effect until 6:15, as well as our one for Shiawassee County.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked here to see some gustier winds occurring in Berry County with this. It's basically right on the Kalamazoo.
That's a new statement as well for Berry.
Yep, you are correct. 50 to 55 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail there for southern Berry County. It's going to include places such as Prairieville, Delton, Dowling, Lacey, Banfield, Hickory Corners, Vickery Landing, Quimby, Morgan, and Schultz. Again, those warnings appear in Owasso, Chesaning, and the Flint area. continue with these cells. This is going to be for a damaging wind risk of 60 miles per hour, although I'm not seeing anything really catching my eye up here on velocity. There's just not much that's interesting me. What does interest me, though, is the Burton camera. I want to take it live here. Are you full with it still?
Yep, I still have mine up. It's a very, very nice anvil cloud there.
All right, well, I'm going to shut off our Chaser's feeds just for a brief second, just so you guys can see what's going on up there. That is a beautiful, beautiful view.
Can I do the right-click zoom? I cannot. I tried. That is at our Garden Technologies headquarters there in Burton, looking to the southwest-ish, basically south, but you can also have a view of the west view on the right side of the screen there. It's a nice 180-degree camera. You can also get yourself a 180-degree camera and other security cameras there at Garden. So shout out them. This is a view of one of our two severe storms in the state right now, or I should say severe clusters. So it's kind of becoming separated a little bit, but also very wide in nature. So again, this is the view of the one that's in Genesee County, western Genesee County. It looks like, I believe that, Ryan, if I'm not mistaken, this storm's going to be passing directly over the camera or just to the north of. And so I don't know how much of the how much of the storm we're actually going to see here besides what we see right now.
It's going to pass pretty much directly over it.
Okay.
Just to the north of it, actually, but we're going to still get rained on.
Yeah, we'll see about half that cloud base as it comes into view, probably.
Didn't we have Clayton on here before?
We did, yeah.
Okay, must be hopped off then.
Offline, yeah.
So all I see is Mike and Tyler right now. Cool.
Update: the Tigers versus the Athletics game, which starts at 6:40, has already been delayed preemptively for incoming weather. So it's supposed to start at 6:40. They are automatically delaying it due to rain/storms likely coming into the area later this evening.
Yeah, right now, nothing really moving into Detroit. We got some rain showers over Ann Arbor that could move in, but there's nothing too terribly heavy going on.
Yeah.
Kalamazoo warning has been dropped. So
that's the name of today, Ryan. It's storms pop up anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah, literally.
Could see another one in Detroit here in the coming minutes. Who knows?
So Kalamazoo County is no longer underneath the warning. That's just a statement now for some gusty winds up to about 50 to 55 miles per hour. That also includes the southern half of Berry County. This is actually heading directly for our Charlotte camera, Joel.
Indeed it is.
I got it pulled up here. It's pretty sunny out there.
Look at that tower to the north.
Yeah, it's a nice looking tower. And then if you flip to Ionia camera, it's like almost completely blue sky there. It's crazy. Take a peek back up here in the Flint area. Still not seeing anything on radar that indicates that we have anything strong wind-wise. Just some pockets, really. You see anything up there, Joel?
Not really.
Yeah, it's kind of
starting to muster, gust itself out a little bit, but the structure still looks impressive.
Mm-hmm.
At least on the Burton camp.
Right. So other than that, up here in Monroe County, where we have Tyler as well as Mike, just some showers going on there. There's not much happening there, although I will say on the airport radar down by the Ohio border near Toledo, got some cells popping up there by Bedford Township. Lambertville's in the area here too. Temperance. Those are pushing out onto Lake Erie though, so those won't be a concern for too long. But still, the boundary is popping up some storms there to take some note of. So if you live in the very far southeastern corner of Monroe County, you'll be in the rain zone. The blue boxes on your screen indicate special weather statements. They are a step below severe warnings. The yellow polygons, the yellow boxes, are severe. Also, we can take a peek down here for our friends just across the border. I know that our affiliate channel, Caleb, is actually live currently on Indiana Weather Network, covering the storm for the Hoosiers across the border there in the Goshen area. That's going to be for the Benton and Millersburg as well as Goshen and Napanee areas for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm curious if that boundary the storms are firing off of will fire something off here in St. Joseph or Branch County here later on this evening. Looking at the models for the evening, this morning at least, they did show storms developing later on into the evening as well. So we'll see if that is going to be the case. Take a peek real quick at what it shows for today, or at least updated.
Uh-oh.
Test 1 2.
Hi. Did our stream cut out?
Nope, Discord cut out.
Oh. Scared me.
So it scared me too. A lot of weird stuff happened today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what happened. I just come back in here, it just reloaded itself. So
So, severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for those who are just tuning in for Shiawassee County. It's expired.
continues though for Genesee and southern Saginaw. The good news is the model does show this these storms weakening out by around sunset, so it shouldn't be a late night event by any means.
You say that now.
I say that now, but Joel and I'll be up probably 4 o'clock in the morning wanting to go to bed watching the special weather statement for 30-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail somewhere. But that's how it goes usually. And we get to do it again tomorrow, too. Another risk in place for tomorrow across South Michigan, similar to today. Some downburst, gusty winds possible with any storms that do form. And again, a repeat on Thursday, and potentially a larger scale event Friday into Saturday as we look to have a pattern breakdown. So we have to kind of keep an eye on those breakdowns where we get these short waves that get ejected into the jet stream and pushed our way. They can fire off some storms and organize some lines and stuff like that. I have to watch that time frame a little closer.
I got my Burton cam back up.
Okay. I think I figured out why I'm crashing so hard.
Yeah.
Let's try that.
By the way, for those who are watching in Berry County, that boundary continues to form cells further north. So if you're in Hastings, might have to prepare for a downpour here very soon. Perhaps another extension of that special weather statement north and east. Get the Burton cam. It's looking very raggedy underneath. Kind of, it's trying to rain itself out, in my humble opinion here. Also looks like it's gonna split around Flint, which is crazy. See that? If you loop it.
If I can get my thing to work just fine. There we go. Yeah, it is going to split. The Flint bubble has been activated. We are winding down here, at least for right now. Hopefully we'll be out of here soon. We've been live for 3 hours and 20 minutes. We've had pretty much nonstop severe warnings for the entirety of the stream. We have a few lags, a few lulls throughout, but for the most part, we've had pretty consistent stuff to talk about. And now we're kind of winding down to a point where it's looking kind of, you know, a lot of downpours, a lot of thunderstorms out there, but none of them look overly concerning. I will say, though, these cells that are popping up in Southern Monroe do look a little hefty in the upper levels, but the good news is they won't be on land by the time they become severe, if they become severe. They'll be over Lake Erie. We have a lot of outflow boundaries out there that could spark off additional showers and storms. So we have one forming now just south of Owasso here, almost to Lansing. That's going to be one to watch there to see if it's going to fire up anything.
A couple reports of some rainbow starting to come in as well as we get to the, I mean, not quite that time of the night, but we're getting to where the sun's starting to go down to that lower angle, so.
Yep. Looks like a weaker downburst occurring just south of Hastings there, east of Prairieville. Very classic look to that storm.
Yeah.
And also, looks like Battle Creek's going to get missed by this storm as well, so looking out from the better, should I say heftier rain
It's good,
potential.
because that flood advisory is still in effect down there. You can see another batch of rain trying to move in over Galesburg, but fingers crossed keeps going north. The bad news is, I will say this, it seems like central Michigan has been pretty rain-free again today. Just continuing to add to probably the drought that'll continue this summer across central Michigan. So, unless, of course, you know, we can get some rain in the next couple days, which is possible. I will say this. Again, the current pattern we're in allows for multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms to pass through the state, Lower Peninsula, especially through the end of the week. So, fingers crossed that our drought-stricken zones can get some of the rain they need so desperately, especially for our farmers. Because I know if Ryan up here right now Driving back and forth from Mount Pleasant, the corn right now is maybe ankle high, or maybe as high as, yeah, ankle high. So
That central Michigan area is just dry up by the Tri-Cities. It's unfortunate. We've had numerous chances at rain, but we just keep missing out for the heavier, meaningful rain for you guys up there. So hopefully we can get that fixed and get you guys some rain. But in the meantime, we got a severe drought ongoing up there, and that's not a good thing.
looking at that structure now, you can see it in the bottom left of your screen there. For those who are watching the stream, it almost is basically parting around the camera. You can see the rain's kind of shifting over the trees there, and then you can see clearing in the very right edge of the screen. So this is probably gonna be splitting right around the camera here, again in Burton. The Tri-Cities are Bay Cities, Saginaw, and Midland. So Midland County, Saginaw County, Bay County, and over into central Michigan. So Mount Pleasant, Elma, also kind of in that drought zone. And I believe it extends somewhat into the thumb as well. Again, only severe thunderstorm warning in the state is for Flint. The heaviest right now, looking at the winds on radar, appear to be going north into Clio and Birch Run. This will be heading eventually towards Millington and Frankenmuth. But I'm, again, not seeing too much in terms of very, very strong winds, except for maybe between Clio and Mount Morris. I'm going to try and get a new storm motion vector on this right now.
You want your screen full?
I don't have my radar up. I'm just checking on the scenes here. Yeah, there's... I don't know if you see it on your radar here, Ryan, but it looks like there's a nice pocket of wind between Clio and Mount Morris. I'm not sure if it's severe at this point, but it is just north of Mount Morris right now.
Yeah, perhaps something up there. I don't see it to be a huge concern, although, again, the radar beam is several thousand feet up in the atmosphere, so I can't say that with confidence. But for the most part, it looks pretty tame out there to me.
Yeah. See, all those blue boxes, or if you're watching my radar, those tan boxes are very... they're starting to dwindle a lot. You only have 2 out there right now for special weather statements, and 1 severe thunderstorm warning, which makes kind of a Tetris block shape there in Saginaw and Genesee County. Again, this is in effect, I believe, until 6:30. So about another 20 minutes left on this one. If it doesn't, if they don't cancel it early, at least another 20 to 19 more minutes here across portions of east central lower Michigan. I don't know if you're busy, Ryan, but what's the power outage update look like for the state?
When I crashed the computer, I lost that tab. Let me open it back up. 43,283. So we're peaking right around 40, 45 or so.
Yeah. Right now on your screen, any of the storms that have the red in them, those are going to be your heavier downpours, maybe even some small hail. Anywhere you see the greens and the blues, that's going to be towards your lighter rain. So as you can see right now, there's only 2 or 3 potent cells left in the state. Again, peak severe through tonight is around 10 o'clock. However, you can see storms as late as midnight to 2. But at this point, again, storms are starting to dwindle a little bit. We already passed peak heating for the day, so those pulse storms are starting to lose some of their instability. And I honestly think, Ryan, this atmosphere has been so overworked today. We've seen storms pretty much everywhere. If you haven't seen a storm and you're in southern Michigan today, then you've kind of dodged your way through the obstacle course of storms. I know there's probably a couple people watching here like, oh, we've had about 7 storms pass us today. And that's just the way these days go. You have storms pop up everywhere and anywhere, and sometimes not at your place. So, again, when the atmosphere has been popping up storms pretty much in every single county, that does take a lot of that instability out of the atmosphere, and it's going to be hard to sustain storms here throughout the evening. And on top of that, I believe, I haven't checked satellite in a little bit, Ryan, but I believe there's an upper level of clouds moving in too that's going to kind of hinder any more instability for this evening, coming in from the north and the west, which is good. We'll take it. Earlier end time.
Yeah, there's a nice cloud deck forming in Wisconsin, kind of pushing our way, so that checks out.
Yeah.
These warnings up here in the Flint area continue for 17 more minutes, puts us right around 6:30 p.m. if they don't cancel it before. Once they do cancel it, though, I don't know if we want to stay live much longer, Joel, or not, because these storms that are around don't really look close to being severe, truthfully.
Yeah, we'll make that judgment call here in probably like a half hour-ish.
Yeah. But we're winding down here. That's really good news.
Yeah. Yeah, I see Timmy in chat here makes a good point. That cloud top in Mount Morris, which I was pointing out here, 48,000 feet is the cloud top on the Mount Morris cell. Other than that, any other cell in the state right now is below 40K. How that looks on 3D.
I lost my GR2 tab as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a couple elevated cores of 60 dBz or higher, which again, radar is measured in sound, beam reflecting back. Jeez, I can't speak. There's some pink up there at 10 to 20,000, which is 60 dBz or higher. Very isolated pockets, so there could be some pea-sized hail falling out with that. But if it is hot out there, it's going to be hard to get pea-sized hail down at the lower levels, unless it falls. The rate of descent is pretty quick. So we'll see. So anyone watching in Clio right now, and I'm sure there's probably is. I saw there's a couple people watching in here. Let us know what you're seeing. If it's just heavy rain or if there's some mixed gusty winds and hail coming down. But as you can see, looping on radar there, that cell moved right around Flint, despite being in the severe thunderstorm warning. And we're seeing that on our Burton cam too, that split north and south. So congratulations, Flint. You are in a bubble for this storm.
I don't think we're getting complaints out of Genesee County, though.
Yeah. On the Burton cam, Ryan, there is a huge traffic jam because there was 2 trains.
Checks
so
out.
We have traffic jam and a storm on our Burton cam right now. No problem. Thank you for the report. Mainly heavy rain. Sounds good. I'm gonna take a look at the St. John's. Take a 3D slice here behind the scenes just to see. St. John's look like it's all heavy rain and perhaps a little gusty winds. I could see another statement coming soon for that one, but not for hail. Gusty winds, heavy rain. Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, that storm has skipped just to the north of the camera. On your screen, actually, you can kind of see our camera icon where the little camera location is. For the majority of it, it's passing just to the north. So they just dropped the warning for southern Genesee County. Continues, though, for southern Saginaw and northwestern Genesee County. 60-mile-per-hour winds is the only hazard. This expires in 13 minutes.
Take a look at Hastings from the Grand Rapids radar. Look how far north that's affected now. So downtown Hastings is it's pretty much on top of you at this point.
Yeah, looks like got some cell development here in the boundary here, just to the west and the north there
Yep.
too.
Go ahead and circle that boundary, Ryan, for those who are not sure where to look. That boundary right there is a source of lift. In an atmosphere that's very unstable like that, like we have out there today. Again, there is a front in this. There is a front in the area right now, again, stationary front, but the main driver of our lift today is going to be these outflow boundaries. And that's what we're seeing, especially this late at night, kind of keeping these storms going. So as that boundary propagates back to the west a little bit towards Grand Rapids, you can see more rain forming off that boundary and even some thunderstorms as we've been seeing here across Berry County. It's kind of an isolated spot, but it could reach into Kent County, and we could see some storms pop up in Kent and Ionia. No problem. Are we gonna get skipped over in Saginaw? It's still going to the north there, that northern cell. It's heading towards Saginaw. Kind of outside. Sorry, I don't have my radar on.
It's all good.
But, kind of outside of the main zone there of severe today. It's mainly supposed to be along and south of 69. This storm kind of made it into the weaker side of things today, but nevertheless, Saginaw, you could get clipped by this now currently severe storm, currently severe thunderstorm warned storm. However, it's gonna I would imagine it's gonna get canceled before it expires here at 6:30. It's looking kind of weak. Storms tomorrow going to be kind of the same thing, right, Ryan?
For the most
Same
part,
sort of
yeah.
thing, right? Yeah, it's going to
Same
be a carbon
areas.
copy. So if you didn't get hit today, watch out tomorrow. Same areas.
Working on
got
getting some
Clayton
pictures
out
on the
there.
page real quick.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, feel free. I'm gonna work on getting my camera source changed here. Back to my radar. There you go. So if you want to take mine full, if you're busy, you can kind of hop around a little bit.
It's all you.
Perfect. Cool. So as mentioned, Saginaw, this is slightly heading your way. Heavy rain is going to be the main threat, as well as kind of a continuous cloud-to-ground lightning. Saginaw, Frankenmuth, Reese, as well as Bridgeport here, also one of the cities. It's over St. Charles right now. Again, kind of sliding off to the east-northeast. Very, very close to downtown Saginaw. We'll see. Again, at most, I would at this point expect maybe a special weather statement to be issued, not a severe warning going forward. And then continuing down here, as we mentioned, that there is this boundary. You can also see it on my radar here, very potent, stretched across from Fenville up through Wayland, Fruitport, Middleville, up into the south side of Ionia. If you guys are living along this line, it's probably slightly gusty at your location right now. Again, that's outflow winds moving from these thunderstorms, away from these thunderstorms, and also that source of lift, as mentioned, can produce more storms along this line as it continues to go more off to the northwest. So that's what we've been seeing with this storm in Berry County. It was, Ryan, if you remember, it was in literally only Kalamazoo County, and then it basically filled in straight north into Hastings.
Mm-hmm.
It's continuing to do so, as this is probably going to be heading towards Woodland and Sunfield soon. GR2 makes it look like there's maybe some pea-sized hail falling in here, and I would not be surprised. Cloud top here is actually over 40,000 feet, up to 43,000. So it could see some pea-sized hail for sure. If it's not melting before it hits the ground, as it's heading really into, let's see, over River Road at McCowan. And that's going to head pretty much up towards Woodland, as mentioned here. It's basically in downtown Hastings. southeast side. So there you go. And then obviously we're watching this downpour in St. John's right now, which you guys in chat were saying that it's basically only a downpour. So thank you for that. Again, not really anything else other than that. So we're really just kind of winding down here. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to be ending here in 7 minutes now. It's currently 6:23, as you can see on the bottom of the screen. That is the live time. If you're watching within 30 seconds, then it's likely you're live. If you're not, you're probably watching an old stream, or you're a little bit behind. So make sure to refresh. If you are, again, watching within 30 seconds, then that means we are live. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma alongside the president of MSC, right below me, Ryan. And we got you guys covered here. It's been 3.5 hours now of live coverage here at MSC. As our motto states, we got you covered from beginning to end. That counts for all of our severe weather events, no matter where they're at, in the state of Michigan. Even if you're up there in the UP, for those who missed it, we had an 11-hour stream the other night on Saturday with Drew and I. It was one of our, I think it was our longest live stream of all time. So, quite the all-nighter. We got through it. So, if this severe weather coverage is something that you guys are interested in, we encourage you to obviously like the page and obviously follow us. Subscribe wherever you're watching on. We are live currently on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Those are our 4 main platforms to use for these live streams. Go ahead and loop it for you guys. Anywhere you see, again, anywhere you see those greens and blues on radars, your light to moderate rain. Anywhere you see the red cores are your heavy rain. Voice is starting to get a little scraggly here. Now you see on your screen there is still a special weather statement for Genesee County that automatically expires at 6:30 here. Those don't really get canceled early. They just let them expire on their own. So even though Genesee County and through Flint is under a special weather statement, you guys are not really in any concern right now for strong to severe thunderstorms. In fact, so it's pretty much moved off to the east now. If anyone is still wondering about a future cast, again, days like today, pretty hard to predict in terms of future cast with storms are firing everywhere on outflow boundaries and whatnot. So just bear with us as we track these storms off to the east, northeast. As it stands right now, it looks like we're winding down pretty quick as instability drops. And this atmosphere is taxed. I can tell you that. We've seen all these storms just take all of the instability out. It's used the atmosphere to its best of its ability today, honestly. It's used as much energy as possible. But again, with that being said, all that energy it's hard to replenish it when you have an upper level deck of clouds moving in right now. So while we still have like 3 more hours of daytime heating, it's gonna be hard to recover. So good news for severe ending perhaps earlier than 10 o'clock tonight. But we'll keep an eye on these cells here as we close in on the 7 o'clock hour. So got about 2,200 of you guys watching across all of our platforms. Appreciate you guys for tuning in, even if there is nothing going on in your neck of the woods. Speaking of nothing going on in anyone's neck of the woods, the severe thunderstorm warning for Saginaw County and northern Genesee has been canceled 3 minutes early. So we are now severe free here in the state of Michigan. Taking full. You can just leave them in the corner and just take them full as well. You have them right there. Just take CP13. There you go. See, comment here about Hastings. So you guys are being affected by that northern propagating storm right now. It's not severe, but there's a special weather statement just to your south for winds of up to 50 to 55 potentially. I will say at this point, the winds are maybe 30 to 40 at best. But again, you guys know better than us because you guys are there. If you guys are living in the Hastings area, let us know. If you have any handheld anemometers out there, weather stations, let us know what you guys are seeing gust-wise. But it does not look like these storms are near severe criteria at the current time in Hastings. There's some winds. There you go, Saginaw. Does it include downtown? It does. So that new special weather statement is for. Go ahead and click over here to this radar. There's your new tan box. Oh wait, Clayton's cam's still on. No, you're good. Take my radar back there. So here is the new special weather statement box here in this tan. It's a pretty big area. Issued until 7:30, so got about an hour on this one. In effect, for winds up to 50 miles per hour, and it says no hail. At 6:28, Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms near Millington, moving northeast at 35. Radar indicated gusty winds could knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecured objects. Locations impacted include Saginaw Bay City, Frankenmuth, Caro, Vassar, Clio, St. Charles, Birch Run, Reese, Millington, North Branch, Mayville, Columbiaville, Sawaukee, Otisville, Fairgrove, Otter Lake, Clifford, Bridgeport, and Munger. And that is moving off to the northeast into the thumb. Reminder for anyone going downtown Detroit tonight for the Tigers game that is currently in a delay. No estimated time for return. Was projected to start at 6:40. Obviously, that will not be happening. Ooh. Got the downpour coming in on the Charlotte cam now, actually. So the storm, it's heading towards Nashville. Vermontville is heading towards our camera here in Charlotte, although it's only seeing this tiny little front cell right now. By the way, that Charlotte or that Vermontville Nashville storm, if it continues its current path, stays together, that would be on a collision course with Lansing. Again, it does not have any statements on it right now. You can see that last one has wrapped up. But it is still a thunderstorm nonetheless heading into Lansing. So if you have any plans in Lansing in the next, probably hour, it's going to get probably a little rainy and maybe a little bit stormy. So make sure your eyes are glued to the sky. If you hear thunder, make sure you go inside. And as always, wait 30 minutes after you see lightning or hear thunder last. We still have a lot of damage reports coming in from today. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings across southeast and southern Michigan. A lot of microbursts ongoing out there, or were ongoing. If you do have any damage that we might have missed, feel free to send it to us. As we always reiterate, our group for that is Michigan Weather Reports. It is a community group on Facebook. If you have things such as clouds, just cool photos of anything weather related, feel free to send that in our other group chat or group community page called Michigan Storm Community. That way we can kind of differentiate between the two and we don't clutter up our Michigan Weather Reports page with a bunch of cloud photos. So again, damage reports greatly appreciated. You can also send in any damage reports to our inbox, or if you want to join Discord, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. We have a channel exclusively in our server for damage reports if you'd like to send them in. Your mic is muted on. Yep. I saw that.
The cell that's just to the west of Charlotte looks a little gusty, just east of Hastings there.
Yeah. Looks impressive from the Detroit radar. Just kind of, yeah. Definitely a microburst. Actually, Ryan, has grown significantly. That storm is now up to 46,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Take a 3D slice of it. Again, this is heading right into Vermontville right now, and actually it is starting to get a hail core on it.
Yep.
Upwards of 20,000 feet.
How does the Charlotte camera look? Do you have that pulled up or no?
Yep. Well, I don't on my link, but just a nice rain core right now.
Okay.
In the first cell out in front of it, there's this tiny little shower impacting Charlotte right now that is kind of blocking the way of things to the west. So it does look like this storm is trying to increase in strength here. Clayton says he has a good view of that Hastings cell right now if you want to take him full. Pretty distant. Let's see, is this dot? He is up near Mulliken. So this is it's heading right at him right now.
Nolan says the wind just got wild in Vassar or Vassar. Vassar.
That'd be. Thank you for that report. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, Clayton is looking at this one storm Moving in through Nashville, Michigan, Vermontville, Michigan. It's basically about to enter into Eaton County. That's in northeastern Berry County right now. Starting to slide a little bit northeast. So Woodland, Sunfield, Mulliken, be on lookout for that in the near future. See, that video hasn't made it on the page, Ryan.
Yeah, it took me a second because it failed upload several times, but I got it.
Gotcha.
It's up on Instagram shortly. It's up on X, TikTok, and it'll be on Threads here momentarily.
Sweet. You heard Ryan. We are on all of those social media platforms. So if you have Threads, TikTok, Instagram, really anything, X, our username on all of them is pretty much MI Storm Chasers. So feel free to follow us on them. Become an MSC diehard, as we call you, if you follow us on all 7 or 8 of our platforms. So. No warnings out there right now. You can see on the bottom of your screen, special weather statement is the highest active alert. Currently in effect for Bay, Tuscola, Genesee, Lapeer, Saginaw counties, portions of each of those counties. That is it. Slow period out here. Again, nothing really going on. Nothing that really catches our eye other than perhaps can we get more gusty winds up here? That might actually is starting to look like it's increasing, Ryan. I will say north of Millington. I know someone's coming about Vassar. Right now, it looks like there's a core. If you want to take my radar back. Thank you. Just make sure if you're going to speak, Ryan, make sure to unmute yourself on the dashboard. It's okay.
Got it.
I know you're busy. So north of Millington, you can see right here is this nice little yellow pixel. Granted, this is 2,800, 2,900 feet off the ground, so that could be mixed into the ground there. That is winds of 54 miles per hour at this height. So, Millington, Mayville, again, this special weather statement is in effect for wind gusts up to 50. It could be approaching severe limits once again here as it heads up towards Mayville, Vassar, and eventually towards Cairo and Kingston. This is the M46 corridor, I believe. So, M46 and M24, this kind of general area. That is where your gusty winds are headed. Not severe, but you can see how this bright red sticks out compared to everything else around it. Is pushing forward towards those areas previously mentioned. Some rural parts of Tuscola County here in the near future. This current gust of wind is currently over Brown Road at Oak Road, heading up towards Snover Road at Washburn Road, as well as Washburn Road at Blackmore Road. We're obviously still continuing to watch our cell here near Woodland and Vermontville. That is going to be heading towards Lansing if it can maintain its strength. St. John's could also be gusting to about 30, as well as heading towards LC and Ovid here. I actually will say this is moving a little bit further south. This is heading in between Ovid and Langsburg in the coming minutes.
Charlotte camera looks pretty pretty. Got some
Yeah.
sun shining through the rain core.
Yeah, that first rain core is kind of covering up what we can't see off back to the right. Although the storm back off to the right's kind of not in view yet. We'll keep an eye on it though. Too much rain's going to get in the way. Go ahead and loop this. We still have Clayton out there. Heading pretty much directly into the storm. Does he have a base on that storm, Ryan? I kind of see something there.
Let's go ahead and take them full, why don't we?
This is lots of scud. Oh yeah, look at that. Center your screen there. Scud clouds rising into that storm. Again, that scud is representative of rain falling and recondensing. It's basically like a cloud halfway to the surface that gets pulled right back up into the updraft of the storm. They're just south of M43 looking to the east.
Nice downburst on radar now, just to the east and north of Hastings. Also a nice cell core there by Millington. Actually, check out velocity over Millington, base velocity.
Yeah, I see that. I've been looking at that. I have it pulled up on my radar. If you want to take me back.
Yep, got it.
It's now to the east of Millington. Directly on Millington Road and Murphy Lake Road, around the area of North Lake Road. That's the north-south road there. In fact, the latest scan really is starting to pick it up here. Pixels of now 57 miles per hour, heading directly into Mayville. If you're in Mayville, please be on alert. Looks like some very gusty winds here. You can see on radar, this is our velocity radar. This is the measurement of the intensity of winds in a storm. Anywhere you see those reds, that's winds moving away from the radar site. Again, that radar site is down here in Detroit. We just had a very nice clouded ground bolt, by the way, on the Charlotte cam.
I'm watching it.
It's all in the corner of my eye there. But again, anything in red is going to be your winds moving away from the radar. Anything in green, obviously, winds moving towards. And the brighter the color, the heavier the winds are going to be. So if they get so bright red that they turn to these yellows here, that is near or at severe level winds. Granted, again, this is at 2,600 feet off the ground. We don't know what's happening below that. So if you do have ground confirmation that it is very windy here, let us know. Make sure, obviously, that you are in a safe location first and foremost. That is the most important thing to do. But if you're able to safely send a report in after it's gone through, feel free to do so. Again, Mayville, be on alert. Kingston, Clifford would be up next if this cell can continue its downburst action here as it heads into downtown Mayville. So if you know anyone in Mayville, feel free to like and share with them. They got about, I would say probably 3-ish minutes here at most to be inside, away from any exterior walls where trees could fall into them.
Juanita, Clifford, Kingston, Dayton, and Marlette, it would be on deck if that continues to the east-northeast.
Yeah. Again, if you don't know anyone in these areas, again, it helps the algorithm if you hit the like button or the share button. Helps these streams get out to your fellow Michiganders. You're doing yourself and your fellow Michiganders a great service by letting us get our content out to them. So again, feel free to hit that like button. We're here covering these storms through probably the next, I want to say next half hour, but I'm sure some more of the silliness will pop up and we'll continue on. So we haven't really had a good break yet. And it looks like it's going to continue here.
And actually, Joel, we just hit the 4-hour mark on the dot. We're at 4 hours and 25 seconds currently of consistent streaming. So we've been live here dating back to 2:47-ish in the afternoon. We'll be live as long as it takes into the evening hours. As long as the threat continues, we'll be live here. Kind of surprised there's no warning on that just yet.
Not yet, but I'm sure they're probably writing something up.
Probably have it drawn up ready to go. More lightning on the Charlotte cam. I'm going to attempt to reset the bar. Ooh, yeah, latest scan really intensified that.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Right there. Yep. You shouldn't need to do that anymore, but I get
Well,
it.
I'm going to...
There's the warning.
I was hoping to get sound with that one, but no sound. All right, there you go. Not surprised by that at all. They went ahead and issued a wide area up here. This is going to be for... Do you want to take it, Joel?
Yep. Feel free. If you want to get that graphic up, go for it.
Yep, I got you.
So here it is. Again, this is the area we're talking about. You can see from this scan to this scan, look how much more yellow has popped up here on radar. This is now within probably 2 minutes of Mayville. Kind of expanding outward, though, so maybe it'll split around Mayville, maybe it won't. But the severe thunderstorm warning now in effect here. There's now some yellow pixels here. I am measuring over 60 to 62 miles per hour in some spots, especially here on Edwards Road near Murphy Lake Road, heading up towards the east-west road of Swaffer. Yeah, Swaffer Road and Brown Road near the intersection of Brown and Mertz. So again, that's pretty much directly outside of downtown Mayville. Very, very soon here. Waiting for the orange box to pop on. There it is. Anywhere in this orange box you see on your screen, that is your new severe thunderstorm warning. So respect the polygon. Make sure you are taking shelter. It is a pretty wide area. I would say this western extent, I don't know if it's been the strongest, but again, that could change if it continues to expand outward. So the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Tuscola County and northwestern Lapeer until 7:45. At 6:48, a severe thunderstorm was located over Mayville. I would say it's getting pretty close here. Moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, and it has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as the main hazard. No hail. Expect damage to roof siding and trees. Severe thunderstorm will be near Mayville here in the next 5 minutes, according to the text. Kingston and Clifford around 7 o'clock. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm possibly include East Dayton, Tuscola, Wisner, Guilford, Silverwood, Watrasville, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, Richville, Fostoria, and Bay Park. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Make sure there are no trees next to the walls that you are basically sheltering against. Again, this is 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail not expected. And do storm motion vector on this here. This is going to be 244 at 33. That is peaking now. The latest scan is coming in. This is now putting the heaviest of the winds at Saginaw Road and Mertz Road. So this is pretty much downtown. Basically all of M24 on the north side of Mayville through downtown. So if you're in Mayville right now, please be taking shelter away from exterior walls. Could be 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into the area. If you are in this, if you are in Mayville, you have damage after the fact. Again, do not go outside right now. But after the storm does pass, feel free to send in damage reports to us here at MSC. We are available to take those, field those damage reports. Michigan Weather Reports is the main group, though, on Facebook. See how this has really evolved here. All those brighter yellows start to pick up. While I have the chance, going back to this storm that Clayton is on, still trying to dive a little bit northeast, so this is going to be impacting Sunfield. It's actually gone so far north at Woodbury as well, so Woodbury, Sunfield, Mulligan. About to get a nice torrential downpour here, perhaps a little bit of gusty winds as well. especially for Sunfield and Mulliken. Again, Clayton's cam is up there in the top right corner. He is on the cell as it rolls in through northern Eaton County. Can't forget these storms back here in the Langsburg area. Not currently gusty at the current time. Switch over to base velocity. You can see their winds pretty much 30 miles per hour or less. We'll keep an eye on it. But at the current time, the main concern is this new severe thunderstorm warning up here in portions of Tuscola County, as well as far northern Lapeer. So if you're in this little Lego head-shaped portion of Lapeer County, that's the best way to put it here. So Clifford and just north of North Branch, you are in that warning as well.
The latest scan really starts to increase that too.
Yeah, it kind of spreads it out a little more.
I'm getting 69 there in Mayville. Pocket of 65 to 70 there over Mayville, just north of Mayville.
Getting 60. See 60 max. Are you on Storm Relative or BV?
BV.
Okay. I believe it though. Granted, again, obviously, beam height here is 3,000 feet, so we don't know what's happening below 3,000. But pretty safe to say that the way things have trended today, and the fact that there has not really been any storms up this way near the M46 corridor, there's probably a lot more leftover instability left, and so this storm is able to kind of tap into that in comparison to places further south. No tornadoes tonight. That's not really the hazard. Again, the risk for today, for those who might have missed our severe weather outlook earlier this afternoon, less than 1% chance. Main hazard day, damaging winds, and you can see that right now, directly over Mayville, given these brighter yellows on radar here. Yeah, it could, if it continues to go more east than north, then Sandusky would be in the path of the storm. Looking further downstream, if you are up near Cass City, Gagetown, Snover, and Oogly, hopefully I pronounced that right, that is the long-term look on this storm, although now it's starting to become a little bit more raggedy. The latest scan down here directly over Mayville. Kingston, you're up next. Prepare now. By 7 to 7:05 in Kingston. It's about 1.5-ish away from the northern edge of the storm to hit the M46 corridor. But if we can stay together, again, Snover, Sandusky, Cass City, all in the impact zone for this severe thunderstorm. You know anyone on this side of the state, feel free to share with your thumb friends. Thumb of Michigan here. Kingston, Cass City, Snover. Again, currently over Mayville. Marlette, you're going to be a little too far on the south side. It's very close. It's going to be very close for Marlette. North Branch, you guys should be okay. Just kind of looking around the storm here. If you are in Millington now, looks like the rain is starting to wrap up, so you guys are going to be good there soon. Vassar, it is over you, or this further western extent is over you right now. You guys are going to be good in probably 10 minutes as well.
I'll be right back.
Yep. update for those who might be going to the Tigers game tonight. Estimated time of first pitch 8 p.m. So 8 p.m. there in downtown Detroit. Again, delayed. Supposed to start at 6:40 due to rain and inclement weather in the area. They have pushed it back to 8. Speaking of Detroit, we'll take a look down there right now. A lot of damage reports coming in from you guys today. Or actually, these are Spotter Network reports. Just a bunch of damage all up and down Garfield Road here. You can see all these little question marks on the map are all damage reports from earlier. A couple storm chasers appear to have gone out there and reported some damage. Also, again, the video we were talking about, there's a nice lightning strike video that we got in on our socials. If you want to go check that out, it's on all of our social medias. You can check it out on Michigan Storm Chasers Facebook, Instagram. It's on TikTok as well. Feel free to go check us out on any of those platforms. And it's also on Threads. If you have a Threads account, it's one of our lesser known ones. Feel free to follow us there. But yeah. Ryan right now is working on a bunch of back end things. Again, we got a bunch of content coming in from you guys out there, so appreciate it. We're trying to get as much up on the page as we can. If you have any damage reports, feel free to, especially here across Mayville, as the storm is passing over Mayville right now. If you have any damage reports, additionally to send in, Michigan weather reports. I'll keep repeating myself until I turn blue. Michigan weather reports. Even if you don't have damage, you can feel free to join that group for future use. It's a community group on Facebook. If you have just cool clouds, maybe a cool sunset or a rainbow, put those in our Michigan storm community page. Hopefully to distinguish the two. Looking back at our winds here as they loop off to the northeast. Still blowing in Mayville right now. Looks like they're also extending up, now crossing M46. About 2 miles west outside of Kingston right now. So Kingston, buckle up. Looks like it's not slowing down at the current time. Again, gusty winds at M46 and Brody Road, maybe? For sure over Plain Road at M46. Or, yeah, M46 at Plain Road. But yeah, right in downtown Mayville. Looks like the back end is starting to move out. Probably a good 10 or 15 minutes, though, until you're for sure clear there in Mayville. Again, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here in this orange box you can see on your screen through 7:45 this evening. Again, tapping into some of that that clear air out there that hasn't really been used today. A lot of juice sitting there across the thumb. No storms really traveled up this way. And so, again, this storm has all of it to use as it moves forward down M46, kind of close to Sandusky. As far north as probably Gagetown and Cass City here. Again, by 7:45, it'll be out of this orange box. What they're projecting could be up towards these cities as soon as 7:45 there. Okay. So Ryan's eating, so that means another severe thunderstorm warning will probably be issued. We're still watching the cell. Clayton's getting chased by it down M43 here as he heads towards Mulligan and Grand Ledge. It's still perhaps gusty in Sunfield. Let us know if you're living along the M43 corridor here in northern Eaton County, what you're seeing. But as it stands, that storm is not really strong. Same thing with these cells just south of downtown Owasso right now as they head north of Perry here along M52. Only concern right now, we got a downpour ongoing in downtown Saginaw as well as Milwaukee and Indiantown. But the strongest of the winds now heading into Kingston as well as through Mayville. See how the brighter reds are starting to kind of fizzle out a little bit. It is also getting further away from radar, something to keep in mind. Again, this beam is only going to get higher and higher, kind of overshoot the storm a little bit more. Something to note, though, that these storms are still pretty tall. That yellow there you see on your screen is over 40,000 feet for those cloud tops as they head towards Kingston to Marlette. Is trying to pull in more here. So Marlette, be on the lookout. It could go a little bit more east. That would mean Sandusky, Snover as well. If it's going more east-northeast, it'd be heading towards y'all. I haven't eaten yet today, except for breakfast. So maybe I do need to go get food. Ryan, if you speak, just make sure you unmute yourself. You have not unmuted yourself. Okay. So only I can hear the Ryan laughter right now.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Anyway, this severe warning is the only warning in the state currently, which is great news. Looking back at radar, though, Joel, I don't see anything else besides that storm that warrants concern.
Yeah. Light rain ongoing, by the way, up north this evening. Crawford, Oscoda, Alcona counties, a couple cells as well trying to mix in north of Clare, Gladwin. Nothing to be concerned about severe-wise up here. Again, main threat is with these cells that are still dealing with the highest the instability there across the state. But yeah, one severe warning, and we might see at least an extension for a special weather statement here shortly. If I had to guess, probably special weather statement 50 to 55 coming for northern Sanilac. That's my guess right now.
I wonder how close we're going to get to the Harbor Beach cam on this one.
True. It's heading right for it, kind of.
I haven't took a peek at that just yet, but I know it's heading that general direction.
You see good views on pretty much all of our cams all day. Except for Manistee. We didn't really use Manistee today in Wolverine, obviously, because it's so far north. But again, if you would like become a sponsor of a camera, set one up your business, feel free to shout us at, or feel free to give us a shout. Send us an email. Is it the contact one?
Send Ryan? Me an email, ryan@michiganstormchasers.com. I am the head of that. I work directly with Garjan. So if you want to talk cameras, get a hold of me.
Sweet.
I'm actually going to repost a graphic we posted a couple days ago for the cameras. I think now's a good time. I think we're in the middle of some active weather here.
Some pictures from the storm that's currently severe warned. It has a nice shelf cloud on it. We absolutely have seen that all day. And we appreciate those very cool cloud photos. The Charlotte cam right now is pretty cool, by the way. With that cell. That's down heading towards Lansing. So that would be this one down here. Kind of looking up north of the storm. Nice cloud ground bolt there. But it's looking up the rain shield, so it's hard to see any structure to the north.
I'm on the Casset radar, and there's a nice hail core being shown on basically the Lapeer and Tuscola County line right now. Very potent looking.
Okay, my headphones died, so I should be able to hear you now, Ryan.
You couldn't hear me before?
Whatever you just said in the last 30 seconds, I have not heard.
Gotcha. I was just saying the Casset radar in Canada has a very nice hail core on that Lapeer Tuscola cell.
Got it. Clayton's getting dumped on right now. He is sitting in the cell. If you want to take him full, he's got some wind, too. See the stuff on the right side down there. Got some pretty heavily, probably at least 30, 35. Actually have a new cell forming, just popped up north of Portland and Westphalia now too. So tracking right down M21 again. Heading into Fowler. Clayton says 38-mile-per-hour winds to be exact. At his location. So that's about what we eyeballed tested here. Also, Ryan, if you want to scroll down in the chat. Thank you.
That warning was trimmed back significantly over the past couple of minutes as well, so that's really good news. The question, though, is how long do we stay live? Because these storms could strengthen back up as evening goes on. But for the most part, we're winding down for sure. We're on our last leg here. If anybody is interested in sponsoring a weather camera, we just posted more information directly to our page on Facebook, so feel free to pop over to our Facebook page and take a look at that. Now is a perfect time to get cameras installed.
Thunderstorm warning does continue here in the thumb. Let's see here. And we have a new one coming in, I believe, or a trim.
Trim.
Or something.
Trim. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay.
It said new weather alert, so I was confused.
Yeah, they just trimmed it back. cell over by Saginaw is also intriguing me just a bit for some gusty winds.
There's a trash can in the road on Clayton's cam.
The trash can window meter is at a level 3 out of 5 today.
Says he has house with light damage on his cam.
Is that a tree down, looks like?
Is that debris right there?
I can't tell. Yeah, it looks like it is debris. We'll let him figure that out and check on the homeowners there.
Yeah, he's certified to do that, by the way. So, I got a 1-inch hail marker popping up automatically here on our Tuscola County, and that's true. I'm not sure if you've seen this, Ryan, but we got 27,000 feet there. Hail core there, directly over Kingston. Probably going to be collapsing down here soon.
Would not be shocked to see an extension of a warning to Sanilac County.
Yeah, here's your trim. You can see how much. So this is how big it used to be in the orange box here, and then it goes down to that. So Fairgrove, Caro, Reese, Vassar, no longer in it, as well as Millington. It's only for Kingston, really, at this point. Mayville's still in it as well, but I think Mayville, you guys are going to be good. And watching for this expansions to the east. Clayton says house is clear.
Perfect. This warning looks like it got extended out to 7:45 now, which is interesting.
Gotcha.
So
I thought it was already in effect till 7:45. Maybe I'm wrong.
Either way, I'm probably gonna have to cancel that earlier and extend it to the further east because the storm is moving out of the warning polygon.
Yeah, it looks like it was always issued until 7:45.
Okay.
But they did trim it, obviously. If it continues its path, it's going to be pretty much hitting Snover directly head on. Probably Sandusky as well. It looks like it's traveling more to the east now.
What do you think, Joel? Are they gonna extend it into Sanilac County, or are they gonna let it go for a statement instead, or what are you thinking?
Tough to tell. Ecotop still says it's up there pretty heavily. It's actually, click on ZDR here too. It's back building down south a little bit. So this would be Sandusky, Snover. Keep getting southward extent here. Still a lot of instability out there in this side of the state. So I would not be surprised if they do extend the warning. So keep an eye on it. Take a 3D slice of this new cell that's really blossomed over western Clinton County here. Outside of the zone. Really grown up scale. But another one we have to keep an eye on here, Ryan. He's heading towards St. John's and Fowler, north side. So keep saying these things and things keep happening. We're gonna be stuck here live for another 4 hours.
Joel, did you say
So
the Q word?
no, I didn't.
Did I say the Q word?
You might have. You also ate like twice. So.
No, that is a flash flood warning south of South Bend there. That's not a tornado warning.
Right there.
Yeah, it's a flash flood warning.
Oh, Clayton's got a rainbow if you want to take him full,
Perfect.
I believe. Or he did. I think he's either looking at the damage or he's looking at the rainbow, or both. That is... Does look like part of a roof.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get more information out of him.
You have your radar up now if you want to speak.
You did not hear me.
Here's your flash flood warning, by the way, down here in Marshall County, Indiana, for Plymouth specifically. That is Indiana. We are still tracking up here in Michigan.
They have statemented it for Sandusky. Winds to 55 and pea-size hail.
Did I just say that? So I bet they're gonna go statement 50 to 55. It's gonna be east. Look what they did. Perfect. As Ryan mentioned, it's gonna be the M46 corridor from Snover, Sandusky, Deckerville, and Port Sanilac here. Kind of this visible bot. You'll see it pop in at some point. But this area here is the storm pretty much goes straight down M46 all the way to Lake Huron. Looks like it's gonna stay south of our Harbor Beach cam, Ryan.
Yep. If you live in a thumb area, Sandusky, Port Huron maybe, or maybe Port Sanilac, anywhere along Lake Huron, and want to install a camera, get a hold of us. Because we could use more cameras up in the thumb too. So that means we're going to have no warnings in effect here very soon.
Yeah, well, until we get something on this cell here for hail. Just kidding. CC does show the core starting to go up here. Oh, yeah. It's blossoming up to 20,000. So right in the Fowler area, be on alert. Starting to see some heavier rain at higher altitudes. See here, CC radar, by the way, is what's on your screen. Where, again, for those who missed my repetitiveness from earlier, I always have to repeat myself, which is okay. Anything in the pink is your rain, because it's circular in nature. You look at the yellows and the greens, that is going to be your non-uniform meteorological objects tumbling around the atmosphere, such as hail. And you can see that is a lot of yellow and green here on the north side of Westphalia.
You did it now, Joel.
And a statement.
For the cell you just talked about.
Yep. So statement for the cell I'm literally just talking about right now. In effect for central Clinton County here. Pretty much all of it. Minus Maple Rapids, Hubbardston, and the border goes from Eagle to DeWitt. So boom to boom. It's pretty much going to be just this northern cell here. Heading directly towards St. John's. It's going to be 40-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So it's very close to severe limits for hail, as I was just mentioning there. zoom out, loop the radar. And I need to use the bathroom. So, Ryan, if you want to take over for a couple.
Yep.
If you're able to.
I can do that.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Let's talk about our blue boxes out there first. I want to talk about this big one here by Bay City, Saginaw, Frankenmuth, and Bessar areas. This is going to be in effect for 7 more minutes. So that's going to pop off the screen momentarily. These 2 storms up here had wind gust earlier, potentially a 40 to 50. As of right now, they don't appear to be that strong. This cell over here that was warned, it is currently warned still, has now been optioned for another statement into Sanilac County for Sandusky, Carsonville, Deckerville, Forester, Port Sanilac areas. Wind gusts to 55 miles per hour and pea-sized hail are your hazard with this storm as it progresses to the east and a little bit north here toward M46, toward Forester and Port Sanilac. Other back here to the west, Owasso area, we have a cell that looks like a rain shower, really, just on I-69 there west of Flint. This is going to pass very close to our Burton camera, just to the south looks like, so keep an eye on that and see how it looks like here in a few minutes. Further to the west, we have cells popping up here in Clinton County. They just got a statement on it for winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. So, once again, for severe criteria, quarter size or larger for hail and or 58 mile per hour winds or greater. These blue boxes are for storms that have less than that. They're called statements for strong storms. Outside of those storms across the area, there's really not much else going on. A couple cells down here for our friends in the Hoosier State, near Plymouth and down by Lafayette and Crawfordsville and so on and so forth. But up here in Michigan, these cells are what's left of what has been a busy afternoon here. Further north toward Gaylord, we don't have much of anything on radar besides these rain showers near Roscommon and West Branch. In the UP, there is currently not a thing on radar. I can also show you guys what the current temperature is out there, or what it should be at least. Go ahead and pop this on your screen. Take note, the UP, if you want cooler temperatures, go to the UP. We're in the 60s up there. If you live close to the lake, you're in the 50s. So, some relief. Up in northern lower as well, we're in the low 70s across much of low northern lower. Further south, though, we are still in the 80s. A lot of us have cooled off, though, because of the rain and the outflow boundaries colliding and just kind of giving us a little bit of a break from the heat. That's good news. Tomorrow will be much of the same, though. Very far south, South 94, Kalamazoo, Jackson, Ann Arbor, Detroit. Those areas will have potential for 80, mid-80s again for temperatures. But further north, it should be a cooler day, 70s and 80s for a lot of us here. And again, if you're close to Lake Michigan or Lake Superior, you could be in the 50s and 60s because of the lake breeze and the lake impacts. So, going back here to good old live radar, taking a peek back here at our storm. This is moving into Sanilac County as we speak. I think at this point the radar in Canada might do a better job at depicting the cell. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But overall, this is going to be moving out of Tuscola into Sanilac counties, and we are going to be warningless here in any time, really. I would not be shocked if they cancel this warning here anytime. Is that an outflow boundary south of the Owasso cell? Let's go ahead and take a peek at that. The answer would be yes. That is a boundary. An outflow boundary can also enhance lift to get extra storms up and going, but the good news is we've lost a lot of our fuel. The atmosphere it's very moist out there still, but there's not really an abundance of fuel anymore like there was during peak heating. We're going into the evening hours here. We're losing some of that heating, and a lot of the storms have kind of ate up the fuel. So, they just re-upped the warning for Sanilac County.
That's new.
Wait for it to pop in here. There it is. They're going 60 mile per hour winds until 8:30 p.m. Can you hear me okay, Joel?
Yep. Sorry, I was talking over you. My bad.
I was gonna say I don't know if we could hear each other for a second there, but okay. Central Sanilac County there along M46, Forester, Port Sanilac, Sandusky, Deckerville. You guys are in this warning here. 60-mile-per-hour winds is the hazard. Now the radar beam at this location is pretty high up in the atmosphere. We're looking at roughly 4,000. Actually, it's not too bad. 4,000 feet here. I'm getting a 1-inch hail marker as well, Joel, on this cell.
Yeah. What'd you say it was for? 60 and
60. That's it. Pea size, or was it penny size hail?
yeah, so almost severe hail.
Current time on your screen is 7:29, 6 seconds. Feel free, if you're not watching, within about a 30-second time frame of that time, feel free to go ahead and refresh your stream. I see a lot of comments filtering in that are kind of a few minutes behind, so make sure you guys are aligned with us. Current time here, 7:29 and 20 seconds. As long as you're within about a 30-second time frame of that, you should be good to go.
Getting a tiny little hail core here, Ryan, near Snover. That is up to about 25,000 to 30,000 feet. It's a very, very small blip, but it's there. So we could see a couple of those larger stones fall down to the surface here. Snover maybe as far east as Sandusky. Again, as these severe thunderstorms go off, head off to the east, right down 46.
Joel, are you eating? Are you eating?
No, I had them in.
Okay. Let's say it's Joel's fault.
Okay.
All right, so this warning continues for another hour, and we'll be live here and probably till it ends, if not longer than that, as the storm moves toward Lake Huron. This is like just a nonstop barrage of warnings. One storm dies, one other goes strong to severe. That one dies, another one goes. It's just a never-ending cycle here. We are going on hour 5 here of our coverage of the afternoon. I definitely did not expect to be live this long today, truthfully. But we could do it again tomorrow, too. We are in the dog days of summer, as they call it. Yeah, I mean, there's... What?
New special weather statement coming in.
New statement coming in here for, guess what? The Burton camera, once again. Grand Blanc area about to be impacted by a rain shower here. Burton, Swartz Creek, Durand, and even southern Flint, Davison, Ortonville as well included in that statement here. And it's going to be for wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour as well as pea-size hail. Do you have the cameras still pulled up or nada?
Burton cam?
If not, I can get it pulled up, no problem. I got it.
Nice. Hold on. Oh yeah, go for it.
I got it. I got
I'm scrolling through the cams right now. There's a nice cell on the Iona cam now too, with that blip popping up in Iona County.
Okay, if I start lagging though, I'm gonna have you take over the cameras because I think that might have been what lagged me out earlier.
Yeah, there's a very the Burton cam has it right in view.
There we go.
Or that's at least the first one. That's the one in Grand Blanc.
Yep, that's looking south there toward Grand Blanc, so it has a good view. The one that is heading right for the camera would be a little bit to the right of the screen.
Like southern Michigan is clearing out. So if you're on the southern row of counties here, there's not really a whole lot left on radar, which makes sense given how much of the atmosphere was used earlier in the day for strong to severe storms. Hillsdale, Branch, Jackson, Washtenaw, Lenway, Monroe, Wayne, all these counties here. Not really seeing much rain anymore, and that is why. But places north along 96, 69, where instability has not been used today, is where these storms have been firing. So the cell that was over Kingston is now off to the east. It is now entering Snover and Sandusky, where the severe thunderstorm warning is currently in effect. A couple strong cells also up there near Fairgrove, Caro. Not warned, though. I'm probably just going to stay that way. They continue to push to the north, towards Unionville.
We have had over 12 warnings today, with dozens of counties included, and well over 30 special weather statements across the state today. So it's been a pretty active day today.
Not bad for a low-risk day, either.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, we get to do it again tomorrow.
And again Thursday, and again likely on Friday or Saturday.
Yeah.
We're going to get a break sometime, guys. If you watch us on YouTube, I do daily videos, or I try to do daily videos on YouTube. I mentioned, I think it was on Sunday's video where I think I titled it like it's going to be a busy week. And this is what we meant by that. Every day this week has potential for severe weather somewhere in the state. We had warnings up in the UP yesterday we covered. We have warnings further south today here in central and southern Lower Michigan. And a new statement coming in now for Cass City, or in Reese areas. Looks like it's going to be just north of this current. Yeah, just back a little bit west and a little bit north there. Of a new statement coming in. Uh-oh. Can you pull your radar back up? I lost mine.
Should be. Yeah, it's there.
Go north. New statement.
Oops. Let me get there. I was doing some 3D scans of our storm heading into Genesee County.
Wind gust to 55 and pea-size hail for Wisner, Cass City, Fairgrove, Guilford, and Unionville areas.
It would be this storm right here.
Correct.
Yeah, hail core of up to about 25,000 feet. And there's a 1-inch marker on it. Or at least from the Grand Rapids radar. I should probably change it over to Detroit. There it is. So 50 to 55 here in this new tan box. You can see on your screen. Fairgrove, Unionville, Gagetown. Moving off to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. As I mentioned, in effect until 8:30. So just when we thought we were gonna be done, we now have 4 more sort of warnings or statements out there across the state. All heading off to the east or east-northeast. Thank you for the nice comment. And that was a nice downburst pushing forward just south of downtown Schwartz Creek. Now this is right near Gaines. So right on Nichols Road, at Nichols Road and Baldwin, about to cross, actually is crossing. This is now in the vicinity of Cook Road at Seymour Road and Seymour Road at Baldwin Road. So it's traveling right down Cook and Baldwin Road here. Again, this is the main core of the likely damaging winds ongoing, or strong winds, I should say. Again, it's 50 to 55, I believe. Yeah, so it's about 5 miles per hour below severe limits. And again, this is heading straight east-ish, kind of, sort of. Grand Blanc, Lake Fenton. It's also impacting portions of Schwartz Creek right now, but on the northern end. So again, if you are directly down Cook Road here in Shiawassee County, or sorry, Genesee County, Cook Road and Baldwin Road, it's heading off to the east. About to enter the US 23 area very soon, about the next 5 to 10 minutes. So again, this is the only cells you see on your screen right now. The only severe concerns in the state. Anything else outside of this area right now, not anything to be concerned about. There's just some light rain ongoing to the north. Severe warning continues as it heads towards Deckerville and Sandusky right now. Again, this is supposed to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Heading towards Lake Huron at some point. Gusty winds you can see here on your base velocity camera, or base velocity radar here. Directly over Snover. However, again, it's pretty far away from beam, or very far away from the radar site. So the beam height here is 4,400 feet. Anything below that we can't see. This storm was closer to the radar site, so we're able to see a little bit closer down to the ground here. This is at 1,300 feet off the ground. And as it travels down Cook Road here in Genesee County, southwest Genesee County. So just south of downtown, it looks like. So Flint, once again, getting missed by these storms potentially. You can see a very far northern extent here in downtown, but I believe the heaviest of the winds is going to stay towards Grand Blanc at the current time. Let's see that on your screen, that tan box is the outline of the statement. So watching a couple blips here, Ionia, Clinton counties, traveling pretty much right down M21, similar to what we saw a couple cells do earlier. All these cells seem to be traveling down M21, except for these ones obviously up here, which are warned and statemented for the M46 area, as well as M138 here near Akron. Heaviest of these winds now passing over Gates Road here. This is for the Sandusky severe storm. Also entering Sandusky. If anything, if it were to be entering Sandusky right now, it would be then. Again, we're watching perhaps a large hail threat up here, very close to severe limits, right along Akron Road at Bradleyville Road. Again, continuing towards Akron. Still continuing to gust forward pretty heavily here. These pixels here in this cyan blue are right around 52-ish miles per hour. So very close to severe limits. Keeping an eye on it. Honestly surprised that this storm is surviving, Ryan.
I am too, dude. I really am as well. Take a peek at our Burton camera there. It's passing just off to the south. We have another storm coming into the west of this one, and both of them are kind of hanging out by each other. And I think, as Joel just mentioned there, it's starting to increase in velocity here too, and it's heading right for the camera.
And check out Ionia Cam actually, real quick.
Okay.
If you have it, there you go. As a blip over Ionia. Nice kind of turbulent structure there underneath. Cell's not really much of a concern right now. Just figured checking on some cool structure, plus some sunlight coming in the backside. Figured I'd have you throw that up there real quick. You can go back if you want.
Note to self, just go the other direction if I want to go to Ionia instead of cycling through all 9 cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys are watching on Facebook and you need to get back to our stream, all you gotta do is go to our page and click our profile picture. That'll take you right back to the live stream.
Yep.
It seems like a lot of people get confused on how to find us. It's always going to be pinned on our page as well as one of the top comments or top posts. So you should see at the top of our page when you go to our page directly, but you can always click on our profile picture. It'll have like a red circle around it, and that'll just take you right to the stream. Simple as that. Also, I don't know if anybody's watching here who is in our storm community group. There's a post in there that shows a trailer has some pretty severe damage. That is a real situation. There's a lot of people in the comments claiming it's fake, reporting it to us actually as fake as well. But it is not fake. We've confirmed that this is a very real trailer that is damaged. And we're not going to disclose locations. Whoa, did you see that?
Nope.
Oh, goodness, that was a huge bolt. But that trailer is actually, it's a confirmed damage report there, so there's no need to report that to us for false information. We're going to see if we can do anything for that family as well. We're going to try and get in contact with them. But there's no need to report that anymore to us, guys. I'm going to try and pull that, because that was an insane bolt. That is so cool.
Storm-wise, looking at all of the storms now, it looks like every single storm decided that it's going to taper off at the same time. Make sure to take off that banner, right?
Yep, we got it.
The winds kind of are tapering off in all aspects here. So there's a brief moment where like all of these storms were looking interesting, and I think they're raining themselves out. So knock on wood, obviously. Hopefully that happens. Can get these to be gone. Take a nice break for the day. But alas, we still got one warning out there here in Tuscola County. Sorry, Sanilac County. Here in the Thumb, heading into Deckerville is the main focal point here, directly head on. If it continues to travel a little bit northeast, I would say maybe Forestville as well, but I believe this is going to stay mainly inside this orange polygon you can see on your screen. That is your severe thunderstorm warning. CC is indicating maybe some light hail also mixing in. Would not expect anything higher than P's at the current point. Go ahead and zoom it out for you. See where the location of all these are at. Do we have Landon potentially live? According to our behind the scenes chat here.
We can certainly find out. We do not.
Not yet.
Is he hopping on?
He said he's trying to get in front of the storm. So, maybe.
We'll leave him up there, just in case.
Marlette. No longer in that severe warning, by the way. They trimmed that tiny little corner of Sanilac County there. So, Marlette, your guys are good. Going directly over Sandusky right now. Deckerville within the next couple minutes, as this is now about 3 miles outside of town. Edge of this line is directly over Deckerville Road at Stringer Road. Clayton says he is stuck behind a train. See that. He is in... Oh, he's in Lansing. I don't know if he's chasing anymore, but his cam is still up.
The Burton camera is actually looking pretty good right now.
Yep. Nice. Very cool structure there. Still slightly gusty, but I would not say severe. Well, for the 1,000 of you guys still watching out there, how you all doing this evening? This Tuesday night. Unironically, Ryan, I think we're getting back into a pattern of Tuesday, Wednesday severe here.
It seems like that, doesn't it?
Yeah. We are doing fine. I'm doing fine. I could use some food, but you know how that goes. Deckerville, Carsonville now within probably 3 minutes. Up there in the severe thunderstorm warning. Get Popeyes. Interesting. I haven't had Popeyes in a while. It's tempting. But
I've never had
leave my
Popeyes.
post. I can't leave my post. I could, but I would leave Ryan, and I don't want to do that.
Aw, you're so nice. I have a lot of you guys emailing me interest in those weather cameras, so keep them coming, guys. Appreciate it. We have, as it stands, I want to say 6 additional locations coming soon. And after today, possibly 3 or 4 more so far. West side cameras. If you guys are on the west side, those are the ideal locations. Grand Rapids, Big Rapids, Muskegon, Berrien County, or Van Buren County. Somewhere down on Lake Michigan or close to Lake Michigan is ideal for us. We've been trying to find a place in Berrien County for 3 months now.
That's no exaggeration.
And that's no, yeah, we've been cold calling businesses. We've been literally calling the cities. Like, we're trying to get a camera on Lake Michigan or with a view close to Lake Michigan, because we have so much weather that comes across Lake Michigan at us. We need cameras ideally on the lake, but close is fine too. So again, if you guys live in the West Michigan area, west of US 131, really, or even south of 94. We don't really have too many cameras south of 94 either. Those are the two ideal locations we're looking at right now. But again, we're going to take anybody who wants to sponsor a camera. We'll take you. We'll put a camera up. I'm going to actually post that lightning strike on the page. That was a pretty cool video from the Burton camera there earlier.
As a reminder, there might be a lot of cameras on the west side of the state, but we cannot access them due to copyright. Again, we don't own them. We can't use them in the stream. So again, we're better off just getting our own. That's what we're going for.
I will say some of the cities have actually given us permission. For example, Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety. I hear on Radar Omega, they have their camera. They gave us permission to use it, so shout out to them. But a lot of the places, there's actually a lot of webcams out there too, and I'm not sure who to exactly contact, but even then, our cameras allow us to centralize all of them in one spot, whereas all the other cameras that are sourced, we'd have to like figure out a way to source them into our software, and that's very time consuming, even if we got permission for all of them. So that's where we're kind of at.
There's a very, very, very cool cloud there on the center of your screen. It's very wispy and wavy. Almost looks like there's a lowering there, just down the street at the end. Again, same spot. Same spot as earlier. All giving me restaurant suggestions, and now I'm really making me hungry. Thanks. Almost looks like a nice cinnamon swirl there on the center of your screen. That little dip above the power lines there. Yeah, right there. Kind of swirls up. A little bit lower. Just looks like right above the telephone pole there. Like just right where that cloud is. Yeah, right there. There's definitely a lowering, though, at the end of the street. I'll tell you that for sure.
Bulk of that wind in Sanilac County is now moved through Sandusky, and it's going to impact Forestville, Forester, and Port Sanilac in the next 15 or so minutes. That is very intriguing.
Is that the first cell or is the second one?
It'd be...
Because this is a north-south road. It looks like it's the first cell, but...
I think it is the first cell. Either way, it's very picturesque.
Oh, yeah.
Man, this... I said like 2 hours ago, but this camera has come in handy. All these cameras really have come in handy almost every single time we're live. The Burton camera, though, especially, has been giving us great views.
Yeah, like this one right here. As you can see on your screen, this is in Burton, Michigan. All the information is there. Gardner Technologies headquarters. Can you zoom in at the very end of the street?
It looks like a wall cloud again.
It almost looks like there's like an inflow tail down there.
It's very very low, whatever it is.
Yeah. But it does not look any bit suspicious on radar, like at all, which is good. It's just a good structure.
Reminds me of what a low or a high 3 Cape day would look like.
Yeah.
You're facing south here on the camera, and the storm's moving east, sort of from right to left. I'm kind of curious if the winds are going to pick up at all. Although the camera is a little bit on the north side of these storms, we may still get some outflow winds. Yes, cameras do have a cost associated with them. It works out better for businesses because we can advertise businesses while we're live here. But if you are an individual and want to sponsor one anyway, we're not going to say no to you.
By the way, there's still that severe thunderstorm warning ongoing. It's now in Deckerville and Carsonville. Still not seeing a whole lot in terms of wind. I see it again. It's tough with the beam height being 5,200 feet off. But again, if you have any reports out of Deckerville, Sandusky, Carsonville, and soon to be Snover as well, let us know. Again, it's very far from the radar site, but severe warning in effect for 6-mile-per-hour winds possible at the current time. It heads towards Port Sanilac and eventually Forestville 2 as it extends a little bit outside of that orange box there in the top of your screen. Just do another quick radar update here. Just some cells starting to wind down near Cass City. The cells that we're watching on the live cam that Ryan has pulled up is here over Grand Blanc. And looks like our cells traveling down M21 are also starting to fade. So really the only two right now are the Sandusky cell and the Grand Blanc cells. Nothing else. If you zoom all the way out, you can see just some scattered rain all across the state. Nothing else to be concerned about. That is your radar update. If you want to take back camera, feel free.
I'm getting that video up of the lightning earlier, for those of you who missed it.
Nice.
Got some scud in there.
Yep. Whole rain core there on the right side of the screen is barreling in.
That video is uploading now.
Sweet. Tigers have resumed, and they're down 2-0, 2 batters in.
Go Cubs.
I believe that's a Scooble start too, so that is
That's concerning. What kind of things would the camera need to be attached to? I was thinking of a water tower. Okay, so that's more of a Guardian question than an us question. We have several ways to mount to different types of situations. A water tower we would likely need the help of the city or the village that the water tower's in. But that's more of a Guardian question. So if you want to start the process and talk about it, feel free to message us, Summer. We can discuss it. I can ask questions with Guardian and see what the plan of action would be. But that's more of a them question than us question. Video is now up on Facebook, so feel free to check that out.
I see there's a damage report that came in, Ryan, from Mayville.
Okay, not surprised by that at all. That was a pretty intense.
Numerous trees and power lines down around Mayville, Millington, and Fostoria.
Is that an LSR or is that via one of
Yes.
our? Okay.
LSR just came in 4 minutes ago.
I did not get it.
Also, heat advisories and extreme heat warnings have expired.
Oh boy. If I post about that on the page, you guys better blow it up. We've been posting memes all week about the heat, and I think that's gonna be a lot of good news for you guys out there. I'll go ahead and post that now.
While Ryan's doing that, quick sponsor shout out here to one of our new sponsors, Rapid Radio. Chaser Communication is going to be brought to you in part by that going forward here. Big sponsor there for all of our communications going forward. So shout out to Rapid Radios.
To expand further on that, Joel, a big issue we had this year, switching from our old software to new software, is Chaser Communication. And Rapid Radios has stepped up and has helped us out. Typically, you would think we communicate back and forth with our chasers if they're in stream with us, but that's not the case. They can't hear us. They can't see us. So we have to be able to communicate with somehow, and that's where Rapid Radios comes in. So they're filling a huge gap that we've had this year, and we're excited to work with them.
Absolutely. Severe warning continues to be trimmed across Sanilac County. It's been trimmed about 4 different times now. Snover's no longer in it.
I'd say about 10 minutes, Joel, we'll be saying bye-bye to this storm.
Yeah. What a busy day out there for a low-risk day. Pretty much every single county got a storm. If you didn't, you lucked out somehow. It was pretty potent out there. A lot of damage coming in. A lot of significant damage as well. I also had some 1-inch hail out there today. But this is the only severe storm left in the state. Sanilac County here.
Hey, Rainbow on Burton. Check it out.
Oh, on the very left side there, top left. Yeah, there you go.
So if you guys live in the Burton area, feel free to pop outside and take a peek to your east. You should see a nice bright rainbow showing up on the camera. Once again, the Burton camera is coming in handy. Been an insane day here. Outside the current cell that's warned, I don't want to say it, Joel, but the Ionia cell is looking okay. Did you cross post that over?
Yes.
Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes.
Ooh, the rainbow's getting nice and bright now. That's beautiful. Is somebody watching from the Burton area that could send us a picture of that? I bet that's a nice full rainbow going on there. You can kind of see the top of it way up there too. Like you can see it's almost it's got to be a full arc. Whoa.
Jeez, that was a
Sorry.
very far zoom.
Jennifer, are you in the area, I assume?
It'll get better probably as we get closer to 8:39. The sun angle's gonna start dropping down soon. Wow, we are really far zoomed in. Oh wait, never mind. I'm looking at feedback. Never mind. We're good.
What is this? I was gonna say, like, what?
Sorry, I was looking at the YouTube stream. It's like I saw my face in a rainbow.
This warning is going to expire here in 20 minutes or less. After that, I don't think the cells in Lapeer County or Genesee are of concern as of now. The one back in Ionia does have my eye. I believe we have a double rainbow going on now. Or I might be seeing things, but right here.
I still see one, at least on my side.
Thank you, Brittany, for the $1 super chat. Drew in chat asked, where's the rubber duck at? He ain't gone anywhere, guys. He's here. That's an inside joke. I know a lot of you guys probably knew, but last year I was gifted from one of our moderators this beautiful duck. And the duck has become the mascot. Not so much this year, but last year it was very heavily displayed in streams. So
Used to have a shelf behind you, and that
it did.
You no longer have a shelf behind you.
I had to move my desk because I had a 4-screen layout here that I had to kind of expand my room here because it was doing so much while we're streaming. So I could put it behind me still because there's a corner right there. I could put him behind me.
Also, feel free to put my radar in the corner if you want.
I can just put your radar.
Something up there.
Okay. I don't believe we have any chasers. I'm going to go ahead and cycle through these real quick. I think Clayton went home.
You didn't start from the beginning.
I didn't?
No. I think everyone has called it a night, which is fair. It's been a long day.
That's for sure. Clayton was out almost all day with us. We had Annie, Tyler. Who else we had on here? We had Mike Laszlo. Warning has been dropped. Whew. Thank you, Jennifer. Says, thank you for all you do. Thank you, Jennifer, for your generosity and your support here of MSC. Truly appreciate your support.
You're very much appreciated. Thank you.
Amen. Yep. All right, we are back in statement ops. So no severe warnings in effect. Dare I say that may be our last one.
Still watching the cell in extreme northeast
say it.
Atlantic County because Brian brought it up. There's now a hail core on it.
Yes.
Starting to come down though. It was there for a brief moment, up to 20,000 feet. It's very, very small. I don't think it's gonna get severe.
Yeah, looking at it, I mean, it doesn't look like that. I wouldn't assume as well for the environment today. It's just, or not today, but the environment now after we've had all this rain in the area. But you never know. Beautiful shot up there in Manistee, though. Whoops.
I think you meant to take D off.
Yeah, I know. I realized I didn't do it. That's a beautiful view up there in Manistee. Also, take note, blue sky. We have very little to no wildfire smoke hazing our skies up. So it's a beautiful day. It's humid, but it's nice and cool, and it's definitely a better evening than what we had the past couple of nights, so we'll take it. We will take it.
Rainbow's still going there in Burton.
Yeah, it is.
Did I say the keyword or something? Why am I grounded? What's going on? Julie says I'm grounded. What did I say?
Thank you, daughter. I'll check those out right now.
My bad.
What do you think, Joel?
I don't know. I think we're good. Probably. Hopefully. But again, it's an isolated cell all by itself. So, like, it's very just there.
There's our pictures of the rainbows. So if you guys want to go see pictures, feel free to pop over to the Michigan Weather Reports group on Facebook. We have quite a bit, about 4 or 5 pictures submitted with the rainbows there. And yes, it does look like there's a couple double rainbows in there too. So makes sense. Perfect. Well, while we have a second, Joel, now's a good time to give our sponsors a shout out. I'll go ahead and start with our spotlight sponsor of the day.
Schneider.
Yep.
I got you.
We'll go with Schneider Commercial Building Solutions based across Michigan, and they offer commercial roofing and building solution needs. Give them a call, 888-722-7027. They're a spotlight sponsor today, so as always, want to thank them for becoming one of our sponsors and our trusted partner here in the state of Michigan, offering services to you guys. We have many other sponsors who help keep operations rolling. They also provide services of various types, from audio, video, security, roofing, siding, and even restoration needs. Let's go ahead and start with Storm Guard, based out of the Detroit metro area for construction and roofing needs. We have Lifestyle, based in Lansing for roofing and exterior needs. We have Cats, roofing and siding, based in Potterville area, again, roofing and siding needs. We have Mike Hayes, roofing and siding, based in the Thumb region. We have McKay Tree Specialists. They are based in Southeast Michigan for any tree needs. If you have damage from storms, so on and so forth, they are the ones to call in Southeast Michigan. Kuiper Tree Care, our West Michigan tree care sponsor. We have FBI Buildings, based across much of Lower Michigan, offering barn-dominium needs for you guys. On Top Roofing, based in Livingston County for roofing needs. We have Shield Public Adjusters for any assurance claiming needs across Michigan. Feel free to give Shield a call. Floor Coverings of Michiana for flooring needs in the Michiana area. Top Gun Roofing Exteriors, based in West Michigan for any roofing and exterior needs. A-Class Construction and Restoration. They are based in Mason County for any of you guys up there in the northern part of western Lower Michigan. Feel free to get a hold of A-Class if you need their services. Our newest sponsor here is Rainbow Restoration across the Kent County and surrounding areas for any restoration needs. They're there for you. And then last but not least, as always, Guardian, our Skycam sponsor, as well as offering audio, video, security needs across much of the Michigan area. Feel free to give any of these sponsors a call if you happen to need their services. They're there for you guys in their times of need. They're all trusted partners, vetted through our process. And they have the required legal credentials to perform their work here in the state of Michigan. So, if you need services, reach out to them or directly to us, and we can put you in touch with the correct person, depending on your area. So, thank you, sponsors, for what you guys do for us here and for the state of Michigan.
special marine warning now in effect for Lake Huron.
It is a good thing that we don't go live for our lakes.
Yep.
With that said, though, Joel, I do not see a reason as of right now to stay on. It's a risky statement to make, but really, looking on radar and an honest perspective of things, there's not really any indication these storms are going to strengthen and become severe. So I think, I don't know 100% for sure, but I think we're good to pop off for the night and get a breather here. Been live for 5.5 hours here. If one does happen to go warned again, of course, we'll be back on. But I think right now is a great time to say, hey, let's call it a night, cross our fingers, and hope we're good until tomorrow. Because tomorrow we have another chance for severe weather, especially across the same areas in South Michigan here, primarily south of I-96 from Grand Rapids to Flint and southward. I'll tell you what, I did not expect to go live for 5.5 hours today. But here we are.
Yeah. It's happening. You have a popcorn storm day across Michigan. They just never seem to leave.
Nope, not at all. Also, take note that 39,000 people remain without power across Michigan from these storms. We've had plenty of reports of outages, damage, and even structural damage across the state. So just because if you're watching and you didn't get anything good, consider yourself lucky because weather does happen outside your backyard, and it could have been you. I don't want to say that as like a haha, it could have been you. No, we have a lot of comments on a daily basis after storms that really just irk me. Nothing happened as always. Every time somebody comments that, I can point back to that day and say, hey, somebody lost a roof that day, or somebody got dents in their car from hail. Weather happens outside your backyard. So that's a huge key point that I like to make. So today was not really expected to be a widespread severe day, but we had quite a few warnings that are out there for the marginal risk we had. So we'll see what tomorrow brings. Any final words you want to say, Joel?
Oh, just plugging all the socials. Make sure you're following us on all of our platforms. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X are all of our main platforms for streaming. You can also find us on TikTok, Instagram, Threads, and Blue Sky. All our usernames are pretty much the same across the board, MI Storm Chasers. As always, feel free to check out our merch, helicity.co. And if you want to come talk to us in the storm chasing community, we have a Discord channel, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Optionally, also, what we do here is not free. If you would like to optionally donate, you can do so via Venmo. Again, our username, MI Storm Chasers, or on our website, michiganstormchasers.com/support MSC. Again, feel no need to donate, but it is there if you would like to. Otherwise, obviously, a like is the best way to support us here at MSC. So if you watched this far, the best thing you can do right now is hit that like button. So feel free to do that on the way out. And other than that, we will talk to you in some stream coming up, probably as soon as tomorrow.
Or tonight.
Or tonight. Or soon, in 5 minutes from now when we get off and it'll go live again.
Yeah, looking at the radar, though, these are continuing their weakening trends. So really, I don't have much concern as of the current time, which is 8:22 now. So
we're tempting fate.
Yep, but as always, I'll be here. I think Joel will be here as well on standby just in case we have to go live again this evening. So we'll be back if need be. But in the meantime, you guys enjoy this beautiful outro music. We'll catch you guys probably sometime tonight or tomorrow for more coverage of severe weather here in the state of Michigan. In the meantime, I'm Ryan, and Joel just popped off the screen here. I'll pop myself off as well. Michigan Storm Chaser signing off. Until next time, we'll catch you guys later.
Have a good one, y'all. See ya.